Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody today? Sad day about Paul O'Grady, isn't it? Very sad. Now, my friend Malcolm, his producer, went to see him yesterday morning and he was absolutely fine. They were talking about his tour of Annie, looking forward to doing Easter on Boom Radio, and then very sadly passed away in the afternoon. Very, very sad. But we send lots of love to his family and we'll start off with our early bird. Tweet, 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 early bird, early bird, early bird. It's felt today. Felt. Now, there are 12 pieces. Oh, I was going to say they're normally £1 each. Yeah, $11.88 for 12 sheets. They're 9-inch squares. They're multicoloured. You don't just get the blue one because you get aqua. You get the royal. You get the lilac. Or is that lavender? I'm never sure. The soft pink. The fuchsia. The red. Oh, now, crimson and scarlet. Then you've got your beige. Then you've got your very soft green, they're mint green. Then you've got your... Now, what's that? I don't know if that would be moss, you see. I'm thinking more of a herb. Like, what's those? No, not basil. There's those leaves that feel like elephant. No, they don't feel like elephant. They feel like... is it sage? And you put them in omelettes in Italy and they make you very windy, those. Then you've got your bright neon and then you've got your even brighter neon. All of those should be £11.88. Not today, it's the early bird. It's a very special day today. At £5.99. £5.99 for all those felts. All those gorgeous felts, £5.99. Sue says, good morning, John team. It's very sad about Paul. He'll be missed by many. He will indeed. I used to work with him on this morning. Claire says, morning, John and all. Very sad about Paul. Oh, no, you lost your mother-in-law yesterday. Sending love, Claire. Morning, sad about Paul. He was one of the good ones. Love to his family. Morning, it's very sad. Definitely sending lots of love to his family. Morning, John. May he rest in peace. Exactly. But you also, the way I looked at it, you have to celebrate his life. How much he enriched so many people's lives. All those dogs' lives. How many people he made laugh? How many people did he make laugh? Do you know what I mean? And also, this is my belief. It doesn't have to be your belief, but I believe we go on to do another adventure. So he's starting his next adventure. So it's very sad for the people left here. But it's like my friend Francesca's mum. Sadly, she passed last week. And it was so lovely because I'd only been to see her a couple of weeks before. It wasn't, anyway, I'm not going to go on. But I do believe that we go on to the next adventure. So it's very sad for us left here, but they're going, and they'll always be with us. They'll always be in here, in memories, in our mind and everything like that. And I talk to my nan all the time and she's been gone, God, years now. Anyway, £5.99 for all these lovely, lovely felts. What are you going to make with them? Oh, no, I've got no suggestions from the gallery. Just got a oof. Okay, Ben's going to use his Gemini to cut appliques. Charlie's going to make a floral wreath for Easter. He loves a floral wreath for Easter. What are you going to make, Dan? I don't know. He's so big and butch and brawny, is Dan. I don't think his hand would fit on there anyway, would it? Which hand? Have you got big hands, Dan? Oh, yeah. Oh, he'd hardly fit on that bit of felt. He's very creative, though. Very creative. Helen says, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Sandra. Gorgeous. Keep going through. You're getting all of those for £5.99. Multicoloured felt sheet bundle. 12 sheets for £5.99. That makes them 50p each, doesn't it? Makes them 50p a sheet. I know. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. Now, this isn't an early bird, but we've got it in stock and I want to do it today. The Fat Quarter Storage Bag. A brilliant price. Now, whenever we bring this to air, people multi-buy. Somebody messaged us, they said they've got 40 of these. They didn't buy 40 all in one go. They bought a couple and then they ordered some more and then they ordered some more and they've now got 40 of them. And she said, don't tell my husband. And I'd shout it out by then. Yeah, how many fat... Well, the thing is, don't just use it for fat quarters, you see. You can put half meters in it. You can put projects in it. You can use it as a bag to take to your classes. You can put knickers in it under the bed if you wanted, things like that. £11.99, that's your price, £11.99. So what it is, it's this lovely zip-up bag that's got the see-through top, look. There we go. So inside, you see, you could just keep it like that as a big storage bag because it's see-through on the top, so you can see what's in there. But you also get these little dividers that have got one-touch fastening on the end there, and they can fix into... Oh, hang on, come on. They can fix into there. And... Oh, I've been a bit cack-handed this morning. There you go. Then you can put that one in there. So you can then make yourself dividers, right, to put your fat quarters in, look. Then you can see what fat quarters you've got. But you can also put 5-inch squares in there, look. 5-inch squares fit in beautifully. Charm packs, look. I know, magic. And they're going to be kept dust-free. You're going to be able to see where they all are. Look, you see, and then you do it like that. But if you're doing an EPP project, you could put your papers in there, you could put your fabric in there, and you could put your ones you've already made in there. And then there's little pockets here, look. Put your scissors in. Oh, actually, where did I just have that little pair of scissors? What did I do with them? Where are they? There they are. See, so if you've got, what else will I need for EPP? I've got nothing here, but you know what I mean? So you can keep your little scissors in the side there. Now, Roxana, what she does is she puts some cardboard in there to make the side of hers more sturdy. But somebody messaged in the other day and she said she puts these, when she's not using them as dividers, at the ends there, and it gives the sides a nice sturdy edge as well. Aren't they brilliant? £11.99. £11.99. Morning, John and team. Just got up with your Sunday Facebook Live. Oh, Julie Vaughan. Have you seen on my Facebook, I'm doing a chat with Alice Caroline. Yeah? Jill says, morning, handsome. Is that a quilt I see beside you? This... Oh, hang on, let me move that chair. Look at that. That's block of the month. That's Yvonne's new block of the month. I know, isn't it lovely? There are 7 months, and then the 8th month is the borders and the bindings here. So today, you see the 3 going down the middle? That's what today's is. Oh, sorry, the broom's still there. Oh, I don't know. Floor, you can't get the stuff these days. I had to do the cleaning the other day. I had to brush the floor the other day because no one else had done. Dull and damp, says Kath in Chandler's Ford this morning. Julie Vaughan says, oh, no, I've done that one. Kelly says, Paul will be met by Cilla Black because I believe that the person you love the most in this life comes to get you anyway. Lynn Tuitt says, very sad news. You have a lovely philosophy about life, John. Lynn, you have to, because it's truth. It's what I believe anyway. It's what you believe, isn't it? So I'm not frightened about it. Julie Vaughan's already signed up for the Alice Caroline chat. Already, it's one evening. I can't remember when it is. Next week, I think. Next week. Anyway, look. Fat quarters in here, plus your little 5-inch charm packs. Beautiful, gorgeous. Make sure you tell your friends we've got it back in stock. Oh, here's Roy. What have you brought today, Roy? Oh, is that ours? I don't think that's ours.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, we've got Roy, something you've got to pick up in the gallery. So when you go, don't forget to go in the gallery first. What's the matter? You look a bit stressed this morning. Come in, say hello to the ladies.
Paul.
Come here. This is lovely Roy, everybody. Does all our deliveries.
Hello.
Everyone thinks he's my younger
Everybody's...
brother.
What?
Well, you can see, can't you?
Hey?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good one. What's the matter? What's
up, Paul? Okay.
Oh, Paul O'Grady is sad, isn't it? We were just saying, yeah.
But they said he had some heart attacks.
Oh, when they had a heart attack a few years ago, yeah. But it was my friend saw him yesterday morning and said he was fine. Oh no, don't swear. We're on telly.
Okay.
£11.99. What? You've got to collect something from the gallery, apparently. Message on my button. Morning, Roy, says Carol. Carol says morning. He says morning back, Carol. £11.99. That's because he looks like me. Oh, he's gone the other way. He hasn't gone to the gallery. He's walked around the other way. Yeah, Jan, how weird that I posted that thing last night on Facebook. I know, she's just saying that my Facebook post from last night was very apt. I did it for somebody else, actually. I was doing it because a couple of friends of mine are going through a hard time at the moment, so I did it for them. Didn't tag them in it because I didn't want to make... But loads of people have responded to it. But yeah, how apt. Morning, Roy, says Sue. Shelley's the same as me. She's got the same principles as me. £11.99. We're going to leave that one with you. So shall we do today's menu? Here's today's menu. Here we go. Perfect pre-cuts. Oh, and some brand new extra wide backings, no less. I know. Then we've got the Sussex Seamstress. Now, I don't know how to say that. Is it street or is it streat? It wouldn't be straight now, would it, Ben? Streat. The one that's on the hanger. This is the Streat dress. It's gorgeous. Oh, hang on. Let me hold it up. Because I've got it on hanger. I'll come on this side and I'll hold it up. Look. Isn't that lovely? It's like I've got a faux wrap front there and then lovely skirt to it. Got some gorgeous cottons and cotton poplins for that hour as well. Isn't it lovely? Sussex Seamstress, that one. You can always rely on a Sussex Seamstress frock. Then back to the 10 o'clock, Village Fabrics lunch. No, it's not lunch at 10. Launch of the new Pemberley Garden bottom with Yvonne McAtamney. Oh, hang on, get rid of those graphics. Village, have you seen it? Have you got a picture of it, Charlie? Oh, yeah, no. Here, put actual quilt. There it is. That's it. You get 3 of those. This month's block are those 3 diamonds going down the middle. Look at all the others. So 7 months, and the 8th month is your binders and your borders and your bindings. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Darjeeling Frock with Helen Rhiannon, and that was from, I've forgotten the name of the designer now, hang on. So different. Have you got a picture of that dress, Charlie? Oh, no, not that one. Don't show this one. The Darjeeling Frock with Helen Rhiannon at 11. No, not that one. No. We haven't got a picture. Charlie, what have you been doing all morning? Yeah. And sitting down chatting. 12 o'clock, Village Fabrics wheel lap quilt with Yvonne McAtamney. We got that one. There we go. It comes in 2 colours. It comes in Jane. Oh, OK, hang on. So we've got a blue one and a red one, and they've got 2 different names. Hang on, I'll tell you. Amelia is the red one, and Jane is the blue one. Anyway, gorgeous. Now, there are 3 ways you can get in touch. The first way is by email. studio@sewingstreat.com. The second way is by... Second one is Facebook Live, which is the ones I've been shouting out. I saw... Oh, I can't do that now, Carol. I can't do that now, but because it's a show about sewing. It's not past lives, this show, but I believe in past lives completely. Morning. Oh, here you go. Sussex Seamstress has messaged in. Morning, lovely John. It's street, just spelt differently. Did you spell it wrong? Did you get spell check wrong? But normally, Jane, your things are after areas around Sussex, aren't they? So is that a place in Sussex? Streat, or said street. Anyway, that's a Facebook Live. And then the third way is by on the website, www.sewingstreat.com. You go there to the front page, click on Watch the Show Live. Then you'll see there's a little... Oh, well, you will in a minute. Oh, hang on. Oh, look. What's happened? Hang on. Oh, there you go. Say it now. Let me know if you're having the same sort of issues, if you couldn't get on there either. So, slow web question marks, sad face, frog face. So you click on there, they're the messages that come on my bottom later. Then down here, you will see today's show deals. And that's weird that it's showing both of them, because I thought you only showed the one, and then there's one still, it's not one at the top at the moment then. This is everything that's coming up on today's show. Here's your pre-cuts. Some of these are very, very, very limited already. You've been very busy on your pre-orders today. Where's the Cave bundle? Look! Save £50. They're fat quarters, they are. Save £50. I know. Amazing. Right, carry on. Did you say something was sold out? One of the 5-inch charm packs has gone already. Look, there's Janet Clare's Astra. Beautiful. Then we move on to the Sussex Seamstress Streat dress. Sizes 6 to 30. And there's the lovely... Oh, yeah, there's the lovely fabrics. There's all the gorgeous fabrics. Oh, hang on, which one? Adamstown sold out. Right, okay. That's Yvonne McAtamney's second hour there. First hour. Then we go into Helen Rhiannon's second hour there. Overlocker. Why is the stop? Look at the mauve one. Has that really got squares in it? Oh, look there. Why have you put 9 pictures on that one? Oh, Ollie made it, did he? He came in early, especially to do those. Right, basically, you get 4.5 metres. So what he's done is he's put 9.5 metres in there. You will get one big piece of fabric. Isn't that with all of them then? No. Oh, there you go. Anyway, and there you go. Yvonne McAtamney, there's the 2 quilts there, the Jane and the Amelia. Now, you see those extra wide backings? I'm going to do them because they're brand new. I'm going to do them now. No stopping me now. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. Good morning, John and team. No notification on Facebook this morning. Oh, no, I didn't get one either. It's weird, isn't it? Something going on today, isn't there? But I did, because I kept saying to Ben, can you put Facebook on? He went, it is on. I went, no, can you put Facebook on, Ben? He went, it is on. I said, could you put Facebook on? He said, it is on. So I had to look, right? And it wasn't on, but then it was on because I had to go and find it. Anyway, extra wide backings. Which one first? Oh, hang on, I think I might go that one. This looks like a Tim Holtz with roses on the back. Oh, hang on, I've messed all that up now. I'll get Dan to sort it out in a minute. Oh, these are receipts, look. That Boulevard Victor Hugo, Van Rue Bonnet. I can't say, what's 73? No, that's 60. 73. I can't, something like that, I can't remember now. Oh, I love a croissant now. Look, I love this. Look at the backing. Look at the background. I mean, it's like a blurred floral chintzy wallpaper with great big receipts. What have they been buying? 12 flacons of something, of owl. Isn't a flacon, isn't it a bottle? No, that's bouteille, isn't it? What's a flacon? Oh, he's bought a lot of flacons, whatever they are. Oh, it's the same receipt. Oh, that's a bit of a cheat, look. Oh, no, he get a lot of flacons. Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, June didn't get a notification either. No. What? Flacons. Flacon. Thank you. It's a small decorative bottle. You see, I haven't done French since I was... Sorry, I'm sinking down again. I'm hoping they're getting new chairs when we move into the new studio. Mind you, nobody's been... They're supposed to come in at night time and do something. Doesn't done anything last night. Anyway. 13.99.5 metre this. It's beautiful. It's Tim Holtz. Eclectic Element. Receipt. Aqua. Extra wide. Lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. Now remember, check out, I think there was an issue with the early bird and the fat quarter bag. Fine now, but I think people couldn't buy on the web because we are only having phone buyers, you see. But now people are checking out now. So check backwards. Oh dear. Is it 1 o'clock yet? 13.99. You in tomorrow as well, Dan? Paul Demirs. Oh dear. He'll be in at 5 to 8. Saying his alarm didn't go off. Anyway, 13.99. That's that one. Moving on. Then I've got another one. Is this another Tim Holtzy one? Time, return and delay report of engine and train employees. Oh. So that's like your timesheet, is it, that one? Oh, hang on, look. No, there's more writing on that one. Anyway, 13.99 this is. Oh no, June. I meant to do that on what's it called? Sky Plus? Not Sky Plus. Yeah, Sky Plus series thingy. The Anton and Giovanni in Sicily. I forgot. But what time is it on? I'd be in bed by then. Shh. 13.99. Oh, and I tell you what I was watching again last night. I've got a bit hooked on it now. Married at First Sight Australia. I've downloaded the whole series. I know, it's lethal. I know. And I've always said I wouldn't watch the Australian one. I want to watch the English one, but I watched the Australian one. I'm hooked on it in episode 2 and I'm hooked on it already. $13.99. And it's a bit sad because when you download the whole series, you know they're all there. So you think, oh, should I just start the next one? So I have to be really strong and go, no. Beautiful. What's the matter? Dan, behave. Apparently there's a new something Star Wars-y happening today. Oh, no. And she didn't leave you? Did she sleep through most of it? $13.99. I have to say, what is it, Star Wars? I've never watched the Star Wars. Is that the one with EP32 and KR59 and things like that? Because apparently there's one in there, apparently it's very like me. That's what they say. It's like a... Is it tall, skinny, the tall, skinny white one, is it? And it was like a bit camp. Yeah, people think that's like me. That, Dale Winton and Russell Harty. Moving on. You're too old to be Harry Potter. There you go. Oh, he's having a baby, isn't he? Not Harry Potter, but Daniel Radcliffe's other half is having a baby. Loving this one. Damask Cottage Linen by Henry Glass, this one. Beautiful. $11.99. I interviewed Daniel Radcliffe on the red carpet of the first Harry Potter ever. And he still says to this day he remembers that interview because I looked after him so well. Anyway, $11.99. How old is he now then? Oh, 33. Well, look, Ben, look what he's achieved. $11.99. If he had his money, it'd be easy. It's like, what's the name of the girl, the actress that was in that? Oh, she's so rich, isn't she? Oh, no. $11.99. Yeah, beautiful. Right, one more. Oh, no, one more new one, and then I've got my 2 other ones, yeah. This is pretty. This one's called Cottage Linens by Henry Glass. Wasn't that the last one called Cottage Linens as well? The last one said Paisley as well. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Beautiful. Just finished watching the first 3 series of Lucifer. I loved it. Can't get rest as don't have Netflix. Oh. Good morning, John. Hope you're well. Telly-wise, we are hooked on Rise and Fall at the moment. What's that? Is that rude, Rise and Fall? No, I've not seen that. I've not even seen an advert. Mind you, I don't watch the adverts. I fast forward over the adverts. So. Anyway, $11.99. Oh, why is this one $11.99? Hang on, is it still extra wide? Yeah, it's still extra wide. Still 100% cotton. Still Henry Glass. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Then I've got a Cafe. The Convolulus. Oh, now, I thought one of these sold out the other day. Let's have a look. Pardon. Okay, this one's all right, but that one there's not. Okay. Right, $13.99. These are the lotus leaf in purple, as they say in Liverpool. I know, gorgeous. Bold and stunning and lovely. Well, no, the whole point is that you'd back a quilt in something you love so that you can flip it over. So you can have it on different sides. Or if when you wake up in the morning, it's all over the place anyway, isn't it? $13.99. I'm having such vivid dreams at the moment. Really vivid dreams. Oh, well, I dreamt that I was on here with Sandy Miller chocolate chip cookie, and we were in canoes in water, and she was doing her demo. I was presenting from one canoe, and she was doing a demo on another one. Sewing away like this, but bobbing around in the canoes. I know, weird. Anyway, where am I going next? Yeah. Right, I'm presuming we're doing these next, because these got £50 off them. £50 off. I know, Hayley did it. So what you get here, the £50 is already off, right? Because they should be £169.98, these. Now, you can buy from us one of these for £85. We've got them on the website for £85, if they've still got stock. We had them when we did this the other day. So you can buy one for £85 or have two for £119.98. If you buy one for £85, you won't get split pay. You buy two for £119, you get split pay £60 twice. We'll look it up now. You get 40 pieces in total. There they all are. One's bright and one's dark, I think, isn't it? Yeah, dark and bright, dark and bright. There you go. Now, we normally do a price comparison with another company. Doing a price comparison with us. There is the Brights one, which is this one, for £85, £84.99. There it is. For 80, you can buy that for £84.99 here. But you can buy both of them for £119.98. I know. Yeah, I know, Kat. It's very sad, isn't it? Oh, look, Sandy Millie Chip Chocolate Chip Cookies watching. She said, that's so funny. Yeah, she's watching from a canoe as we speak. Oh, now look, June's hooked on Rise and Fall too. It's on Channel 4 at 10 o'clock. Oh, I'm in bed by 8:30, June. I won't be able to stay up for that one. 8:30, I go to bed. We have to get up at 4:30. What time do you get in? What time do you get in, Dan?
About 6.
Yeah, see, 6 o'clock. 119.98. 59.99 split pay. Gorgeous, beautiful, lovely. Make sure you check out. Yeah, now if you didn't see this a minute ago, got the fat quarter bag here, storage bag. Loads of you buy this. $11.99 it is. Look. There you go. That's just some of them in there. Wouldn't that be lovely? Now you're saving all that money, £50 already. You can spend that £50 on something else. See, multi-buyers. What are you wafting that at me for? $11.99. I know. £11.99. That lady was flirting with him up there. No, not Dan. Upstairs, in the upstairs office. When I'm sitting over there, I'll be able to get a better view, won't I, of the office upstairs? Yeah. No. I don't know. Somebody with blonde hair and they were being a bit sassy like this, bobbing their head. You know when girls flirt, and boys flirt, they go... She was standing in his doorway doing that. She's gone in now. $11.99. That's the bag. Morning, John, for a bright and sunny Melton Mowbray, says Elaine. Elaine. You see, 2 days ago, we had the most extraordinarily beautiful day in Stratford-on-Avon. Yesterday, it was awful. $11.99. Keep going through. You don't get these, obviously, for your $11.99. There you go. Leave that one with you. Don't put it away, Dan. Have we? Yeah. Is it? What colour is it? They're black and white and gold. No. Yeah. Fat quarter bundle. Patchwork fat 8%. Oh no! I haven't got that. Hang on. I haven't got that, Dan, have I? Hang on, no, I've not got that. No, they're 10 inches, those. I haven't got that one. Hang on. Oh, no, there it is. It was in with the jelly rolls. These aren't normally sold together either. Half price. So you pay £9.99 for one, you get the other one for free. You get the black, the gingham, the stripe, and the floral. You get the lemon. £9.99. You get both. You get both. Buy one, get one free. Bog off. Karen says, morning, John. I'm good, thank you, Karen. She said, how am I? £9.99, half price. It's not a magic trick, you get both. Do you have to choose? It is magic. That price is magic. Loads in baskets. Loads in baskets. You make sure you check out. Now, yesterday, we had so many people with things in baskets, and then you didn't check out. You waited to the end of the hour, and then suddenly everybody put them out, and then people were missing out. Oh, it was a nightmare. £9.99. Morning, Princess. Beautiful. Yeah, the quilt behind me. It's a block of the month. Yvonne's new block of the month. What? Ah. Ben thought I was talking to him. You're more like the maiden aunt now. Or Baroness hard up. £9.99. You get both of these for £9.99. Why are we talking panto in March? I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Christmas panto in March. Mind you, I think they started selling tickets for the Palladium panto already. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. 5-inch squares. Charm packs. Oh, some of them sold out already. Adam Town's gone. Wild Meadow. There, sold. That's that one. Sorry, Ben. Okay, so I've got Country Roads, Take Me Home. Oh, Country Roads, there's only 2 of those left. I'll do that one next time. Well, you've been very busy on pre-order this morning. Right, $15.99. Crazy Lorraine's watching. John, you cracked me up. Your interesting chat with a bit of selling thrown in. Oh, don't. Julie Vaughan. I can't do... Don't say that, because I'm supposed to be here to sell, not to chat. And they go mad if they think I'm chatting. Yeah, I'm selling with a bit of chat. 15, yeah. Oh, yes. Ian messaged down the other day, in one of my shows when I was on the record saying, could we have less of the chat, less of the personal chat, get on with the selling? Ian! How he's got the nerve, I don't know. Crazy Lorraine. Oh, she's off to see Chloe. Now, has she sold her house yet? Crazy. Oh, personal chat again. Has she sold her house yet? One left of the Country Rose. I haven't even shown you, look. There you go. Beautiful, aren't they? One left. Hilary says, morning, lovely. I can't see what your picture is, Hilary, there. Anyway, one left. Fight that amongst yourselves. No, we don't condone fighting, by the way. Next. Which one? Flirt. Oh, I've got this one open, actually. Sorry, can you throw me that one back? There you go. Flirt. Oh, Ben's pretended to be that lady upstairs. She's still not come out of that office yet. These are all love hearts. And we couldn't figure out what these were yesterday. What have they got to do with love? Hannah thinks they're spectacles, but they're not. They're not kisses. Oh. See, because they're all heart. Love is kind, love is patient. It's written, but we don't know what they are. So. Beautiful. Gingham. There they are again. Look on the black. Hang on. Oh, there's only one left? Well, that's what I tried to say yesterday, but yeah, maybe they are kisses. Funny, though, isn't it, that the rest is all quite formal, and then you've got those squiggly, like as flowers, hearts, all your things you need for romance. Beautiful. There they are again, look. Who's that from? Sharon, thank you. Yeah, there's no telling him. There's no telling him. He's in charge this week as well. God help us. What day is it? Oh, they'll be in as well. Oh, no, it's only 29. He won't be in yet. 15.99. One left. Oh, it's a picture of a sunny morning. Oh, sorry, Dan. No. Garden gatherings now. This is the one that looks like, on the website, looks like it's just red. But it's beautiful. The colours in here are gorgeous. Look. So you start off with the reds, but then you go on to the most beautiful pinky colours. Hang on. Look. Look. Beautiful, beautiful. Mustards. This one has to be folded back up nicely, this one. Dan. Hang on. Look, hang on. Because you go through to the purples at the back. Say that again. I'm not abusing him, I'm just telling him what to do for his job. He has such a cushy number when he comes in here. Well, it's not like working on cardboard, is it? Is that what you do every day, cardboard or jewellery? Oh, cardboard. Are you doing cardboard this afternoon? No. Oh, no. Paul Demere's, he does both. He comes straight from me and goes there. Who else did we have in the other day? What's that one that sings? Tries to sing. Michael Wolfer. He went straight in there. I know. Green. Beautiful colours. John, you do remind me of Frankie Howard. Jill, you're blocked. I had to fit Frankie Howard once for a costume in a hotel room. Beautiful. I haven't run so fast. Right. You pack that one away nicely now, Dan. It's quite easy because they're just 5-inch squares on top of each other. Next. Oh, we're going to Cave now. I thought we were finishing the 5-inch. Oh, no, Cave 5-inch. Yeah, Cave 5-inch. Free Spirit, Cave 5-inch. This one's called Ocean. Ocean. Oh, they're lovely. They're like blues and greens and purples in here, aren't they? Look, $16.99. Gorgeous. I thought when they did the remake of Up Pompeii, they would have asked me to be Frankie Howard, but they got David Walliams to do it, didn't they? And when I had my bottom read on this morning, the bottom reader thought I was David Walliams. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. Beautiful. $16.99. Loads in baskets. More in baskets than we've got stock of. Oh, here she comes. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, no, there she is. She's coming out. Oh, she's not flirting coming out. Oh, no. Oh, she's glaring at him now. Anyway, $16.99. $16.99. Lovely. Yeah, I've got D is for Dream and I've got Astra by Janet Clare. D is for Dream. I've got the 10-inch one that goes with this as well. Okay. Lovely. Here's your D for Dream. Things can only get better. Here we go. So these are pretty. These are very for children. I say they're for children, but they're lovely, soft, delicate tones. Look. D is for Dream. Young. It's for young at heart. Dream big. Dream big, little one. Don't know what they are. Then you've got your big splodges. And then yesterday someone said these were Easter eggs. Oh, Ollie. Yeah, Sharon, morning. No. Well, I couldn't really hear him yesterday. Beautiful. That's nice, isn't it? What else in here? Big splodges. Oh, teddy bears. Looking in all different directions, look. Make-A-Wish. They're pretty, aren't they? They're lovely, soft, gentle, soporific colours. Yeah, they're all blushing. The blue ones are blushing as well. Okay. There's the white ones. Neutral tones. Catch a star. Catch a falling star and put it in your pocket. Never let it fade away. Who sang that? John Scott didn't sing it, he murdered it. Right, that's these are in 5-inch. I'm not going to open this because it's the same fabrics, but this is the 10-inch version. It's from Paper and Cloth, this. $47.99. You get 42 10-inch charm packs in there. Or 42 pieces of fabric. Oh. What did you do to it then? Okay. This has always been sold at $49.99. We've done nothing. We haven't reduced the price. We've done nothing. But it's $47.99 today. Now, who knows if it comes back, whether it will go back up to $49.99. We don't know why it's done that. But then yesterday we had that pattern, didn't we? £9.90. Should have been $9.99. $47.99. $47.99. I don't know who's in charge of that. No, not us. We're in charge of nothing. Right, so then I've got Janet Clare. Astra. This is the last 5-inch charm pack, by the way. $14.99. 42 of them we get in there, 5-inch squares. They're beautiful, aren't they? She's so clever, isn't she, Janet Clare? Gorgeous colours. Now, I'll tell you this every time we do Janet Clare. When these are sold out, when Moda do one of Janet Clare's ranges of fabric, they print the amount that's needed, and then that's it. They never, ever, ever do a reprint. So once they've all gone, that's it. You can't get any more. She said that in her warehouse at home, she's got little bits of everything, but she's got nothing left at home. $14.99. Oh, Perry Como sang it, apparently. Can you please give the equivalent dimension in centimetres? Well, it's 5 inches. That'll be 12.5 centimetres, wouldn't it? The thing is, they're all in inches because they come from America, because most quilting is done in America, and they only use inches there, don't they? See, that's why it's all in inches. $14.99. Gorgeous. That's the last of 5 inches. Now, these are flying out. Saving £50. Saving £50. When they've all gone, they've gone as well, by the way. Now, everyone's bought so far this morning is checked out, I believe. Are there only in baskets? Oh, 2 just gone into baskets. $119.98, you're saving £50. It's on split pay. Message. First message of the day, is it on the bottom? Lee Marvin. Layla. Someone else said it was Perry Como. Who sang Catch a Falling Star? Google it. Because that's what we normally do when we need to find some information out these days. You just Google, don't you? Catch a falling. Perry Como. Perry Como. Maybe Lee Martin. Everyone, that could be one of those songs that everybody did a version, wouldn't it? Oh, 1957. That's 3 minutes to 8, isn't it? £119.98, 2 split pays of £59.99. Oh no, I'm not saying that. Right, where are we going next? Are we going to 10-inch? Are we going to jelly roll? Are we going to chucker buns? No, they're not called chucker buns. Honey buns. Or are we going to canvas? Honey buns, one of these. Oh. Thank you. They've labelled them wrong. Oh, have they? Which one are we doing first then? They're both Moja, so I imagine that one's Daffodil Dragonfly. Now, I've not got this one open. How many of these have I got? Now, the slides of what you can do with the honey bun. Yeah, 4 or 5 gorgeous slides up there. Look at the colours in here. These are beautiful. You don't have to hold this back up. This comes last sample. Beautiful, beautiful colours. Well, you have to make it look like that. Not like that. $39.99. Then these are 40 strips. They're 1.5 inches wide. Fantastic for sashing. No, Lee Marvin sang Wandering Star, not. What did I sing? Catch a Falling Star. Honey bun. 1.5 inch strips. Beautiful, aren't they? These are lovely traditional colours. You've got your creams there, going into your tan. Going into your, there's one aubergine. Oh, no, that's, would you call that aubergine? No. There's your aubergine now. Going into your browns and your greens, your moss, your navy blues. Oh, that one's nice, isn't it? $39.99 this. $39.99. 40. Oh, there's a pound a strip. Look, a pound a strip it is. This one's called Daffodils and Dragonflies. Get yourself a little Beldray vacuum cleaner so at the same time as getting one of these. Oh, honestly. Yeah. $39.99. Well, yeah, we've read that. We've read that one. Okay, moving on. This one's called Picnic Pop. That's what yours will look like when it arrives. This is what ours looks like. These are pretty. I've not seen this one. Look at the colours in there. Oh, I'll move it across so it's in shot. I did a lot of that yesterday, didn't I? Moving the fabric rather than the camera. $39.99. Pretty. Oh, look at that one. Aren't they lovely? Vibrant. Fun. Oh, look at the greens. The greens are nice. Gorgeous. Now you have to roll it up. Yeah, he's taking the authority I've got in this place. You need to roll it up, shrug your shoulders, walk away. Beautiful. At $39.99. Beautiful. Loads of that one in baskets. Very popular, that one. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. $39.99. Beautiful. No. That was the only two. They're the only two honey buns. Canvas. Right, I've got 3. I've got the brown one here. That'll be the brown one, which ends 07. Now, this is a mixture of fabrics in these. I'm presuming they're all polyester. 55% Hessian. No, hang on. 3 of them are 55% Hessian, 45% cotton. 1 of them's 100% polyester. So there you've got your gingham, Then you've got your spots, hearts and spots. £12.99. 4 fat quarters, £12.99. Put them in your fat quarter storage bag if you want to. Beautiful. Well, that goes in there then. Then I've got the one with no writing on it. And these are 100% polyester, hand wash only. Oh, all of them are polyester. Now, they do surprise me because that doesn't feel like polyester to me. But anyway, you've got your canvas. You've got your calico. You've got your jute. And you've got your... These would be good for like Delphine. Do you know the girl on a bench on a swing? And the... what did we do this week? The beach houses, beach huts. Good for that. £8.99 for your 4 fat quarters there. Yeah, I'm on tomorrow, Carol. I'm on every day this week. Oh, hello, Ghislaine. Ghislaine's a ballet dancer. She's just joined us. Yeah, I'm on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, now the girlfriend's gone in now. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week, I'm afraid. 5 days in a row you've got me. I know. It's a lot, I know. £8.99. Beautiful. Then I've got the other one, which has got like printing on it. Tirante de porte, something of the door. Oh, there's loads of writing on this one. So you've got adverts on one in French. Well, it's in French there, but garden's not a French word. It just says entrance to the garden centre, that one. Anyway, and then you've got your calico, you've got your spotty canvas, you've got your canvas, and then you've got your printed calico there. Not calico, printed canvas there. £9.99 for those. There's 5 in there. There's 5 in there. They're £2 each, those. Beautiful. £9.99. Right, lovely. Now, I've got another fat quarter bundle here, which is black and gold. Midnight in the Garden, is it called? Midnight in the Garden, 8 pieces. 29. Oh, that's good. For Modar. So you've got bumblebees, you've got animals and geese, you've got wheat, and you've got roses. Oh, my ballet days are well and truly over. She's 70 in July, says Ghislaine. Yeah, but you can still do it. You can still do it, girl. £29.96 those. For all of those. Gorgeous, aren't they? Lovely. Ten inches now. I've got flower pot from Modar. Yours will be beautifully packaged, obviously. This is our version. Beautiful. Black gold, a gardening term used to describe loamy soil rich in organic matter. Thinning, the act of reducing. Fertilizer. Heavy soil, bare root, medium, crop. Biodegradable. Deadhead. Perennial. I'm just reading the words that are on there. Then you've got your lovely, oh, that's nice. Cow parsley. Spots. You see, Charlie, looks in that colour as well. Oh. Oh, do you like it in the different colours? Because look, I've got it in ginger as well. And it'll be in a green as well further on. Oh, no. Yep. He likes that one best, though. $47.99. I just need to remind you to check out your baskets on the Cafe Fat Quarters. £50 off. £50 off. Oh, no need to throw it down. £119.98. You get £50 off. Morning, John. I'm just sewing handles onto a handbag made using the Bumblebee fabric from that bundle. Well, I never. That's Ange. Oh, Ange, you can't. Today's butterflies are a bit more hidden. Don't watch tomorrow, though, because I've got full-on butterflies tomorrow. £119.98. Ooh. Ooh. Don't know. Loads of people walking towards the kitchen. Is it tea time break? Oh, it's only 5 to 9. Anyway, that's that. And then don't forget the fat quarter bag. Lurt bag de fat quarters. $11.99. Going for a break now. Straight after the break, Helen Rhiannon is here doing a Sussex Seamstress dress called the Streat dress, but it's spelled Streat. I will see you in 4 minutes from now.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors. So just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Streat gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreat.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. This Saturday, guess who's in? Only Lisa Lamb with 2 brand new bags and Victoria Carrington with a quilt and a cushion. I can't wait. Sewing Streat have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Streat, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Are you a fan of Sewing Streat? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Streat Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Ellen says she's got a strapping 25-year-old grandson who plays rugby, be scared to death of butterflies and moths. We better not watch it this week then, because I'm wearing butterflies all week this week. Helen Rhiannon is here.
Hello.
Borada.
Hello, Borada.
Borada.
I don't say anything else. I don't know any more Welsh.
Do you not speak Welsh?
No, I can't. No. I did try and learn. It was really hard.
Yeah.
Really hard.
I've got nieces. They're grown up now, but when they grew up in North Wales, they had to... It was part of their school curriculum because the language was dying, wasn't it?
You do learn Welsh in school, but I chose German.
Oh,
I don't know
that's
why. I think I
you...
rebelled. I was like, I'm going to learn German, and I could probably speak to you in basic German, but Welsh, it's so hard.
But you still
really
live
hard.
in Wales?
Yeah. The roads are half, they've got Welsh on it, all the signs are Welsh. And a RAF, And I thought, it'd be quite easy to learn it, but it's really hard.
Oh.
My other half can speak Welsh, so no, don't.
So just always go out with him then. He can do all the.
He can communicate. It's fine.
Oh. I know because my first job was at theatre including mould, and lots of people in the shops all spoke Welsh.
Definitely up that way.
I think they need to revive it because you don't want it to die as a language.
No, it's
you
still
want the
very
kids to learn it,
strong. Just not with me.
Right, so we're doing a Sussex Seamstress now. I've not seen this one. It must be new. Here it is. It's called the Streat dress, spelt Streat. Hang on. Here it is. £15.50. So it's sizes at 6 to 30. Brilliant size range. Have you got the little booklet that goes inside? So rather than me opening another thing. So you get your pattern pieces in there, plus you get your little booklet with all of your instructions, all your UK sizings in centimetres in there. And then got all about the construction. Oh, there's a little, I won't show you that. There's a little online tutorial. QPR code. No, that's a football team. QR code. And then all your bits and bobs in there. And also, if you have any issues, I know Jane, Sussex Seamstress, who's watching now, you can get in touch with her from her website there. She's got a website at the bottom there. You can always get in touch with her and ask her if you're stuck with anything and things like that. It's Confident Beginner. Beautiful. It looks. Now, I have to say, I don't want this to be rude to Jane, but actually, I think it looks better in real life than it does on the picture. Because it's a really cute little summer dress, really, isn't it? Now it's got it's got a wrap here, but it's fixed. It's not one that's going to open or anything. And then you've got your lovely skirt detailing on there. Are you going over there? Lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. We've got this print as well coming up for sale in this hour. So that's that. The pattern, £15.50. Excuse me. Sizes 6 to 30. Which bits are you going to concentrate on then when today?
I'm going to concentrate on the collar and the top bit.
Perfect.
Because
I'll do the fabrics first and then we'll go on with the sewing so I don't have to interrupt. So, well, the one it's made out of, which is this one here, black background, pink and white flower, and yellow flowers. Now the bundle is 4.5 meters, which is big enough Oh, I haven't got the thing here. I'm sure big enough, be big enough for the biggest size. Yardage. Yeah, 4.5 metres. 4.5 metres, £31.99. This is a cotton poplin. Yeah, cotton poplin. Multi-floral on black. So you're getting 4.5 metres. 4.5 metres. That's 9 units for £31.99. It's lovely, isn't it? Now, if you are a beginner, this is really easy to sew with, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Really, really lovely to sew with this one. £31.99. And that will make the dress that's hanging behind me. There it is. Oh, there it is. There you go. Sorry, I could look and see another thing. Beautiful. So that's that one. That's that one. That's that one. The one you. Oh, we'll come to the denims. Oh dear, what's the matter? We'll do the denims in a minute, but I'll do the rest of the pattern fabric first. Well, that's yours, so I don't get confused. Let's do a blue paisley next then. Oh, thank you, Dad. Dad's passed me a bottle of water. Thank you. Beautiful blue paisley. Very popular on pre-order, this one. £31.99 for 4.5 metres. The thing is, even if you're not going to make this dress, because we sell it separately to the pattern, because you can choose, you know what I mean? How many projects would that make that's so beautiful? And Charlie loves a paisley. £31.99 for your 4.5 metres there. Then we've got a navy blue background with little white flowers, white daisies on. I'm presuming they're daisies. Beautiful. Rose and Hubble, cotton poplin, print navy. Oh, navy floral, they've called it, that's all. Navy floral. Lovely. Now, I love this next one. It's like sunflowers in the green and the tan on a cream or ivory background. Look, isn't that lovely? Ivory, they've called it, ivory floral poplin. That's lovely, and this dress would look lovely in that, quite stylish. Beautiful. Then I've got 3 denims. Well, they're chambray. They're the 4 ounce, the dressmaking weight. I've got the dark one first. Oh, now you'll have some of this left over because this is extra wide. You're still getting your 4.5 metres, but actually you don't need 4.5 metres with the extra wide. You only needed 3.5, thinking the extra wide, so you'll have a metre of that left over. Beautiful. Then we've got the medium one. Now the denim that Helen's got is slightly different. There's a different colour to this. This is the medium one. Medium colour, still the same weight. £39.99 for your 4.5 metres. And then last but not least, I don't want to call it pale, the washed. What have we called it? Oh, you're washed. Yeah, okay, washed. Light blue, washed. They're all washed in. This is the light blue. £39.99. Beautiful. Make sure you check out. And then just bring the pattern back in. Sizes 6 to 30. That street will be a place in Sussex, no doubt. Gorgeous, £15.50. Oh, is my microphone sounds echoey? Sure it's not me coughing. Right, I'll shut up now and you can carry on.
Okay.
With stitching, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've both got a little bit of, you've got
I know, between us, we're just going to pass it back and forth, I think.
Yeah, we're all okay, we're all fine. We're not poorly, but
not
just...
COVID, not COVID.
Okay.
Okay, so the instructions are really good with this because I always love in the start when you've got your sizing chart, but you've also got your approximate finish measurements. And I find that's always really, really useful because then you can see how much ease has been put into your garment. So you can check what size you are there and then you can see how much give there is in the garment. So if you want it quite fitted or you want it a little bit bigger, then look at the finish measurements as well to see where you are. It's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. It's got everything you need on here with your right side, your wrong side labelling, etc. And we're going to start off with the front bodice. I'm going to construct the front bodice. I'm going to look at the collar piece as well. So we're going to create the top part of the dress. It's quite a nice way. If you're new to sewing, it's quite a nice
way of putting a collar on, because a collar is quite tricky.
Yeah,
isn't it? Especially you've got a collar and you've got a collar stand.
Yeah.
But this, it gets sandwiched in, so it's actually a really nice method of doing it if you're a beginner.
Okay.
I'd highly recommend it. So good. So a couple of things you need to do to your front pattern piece is you've got a section here where you've got a fold line, and that folds back, and that creates your facing on the actual front of your dress. So it gives you the structure on there. So that needs to have interfacing on.
Okay, just lightweight interfacing. Yeah, it is.
And then it comes over just a centimetre past the fold line. So before you take your pieces off, what I did, when I cut out the denim, I also placed some interfacing underneath.
Okay.
And cut that at the same time.
Yeah.
And then you do have to iron it on then, which means it can be a little bit scruffy around the edges.
Yeah.
But that's what you need to have then. So you've got your interfacing on this side and on this side.
Brilliant.
Okay, so we've got a simple dart we're going to sew first. So just going to show you the method I use for darts. So when I pin my pattern piece on, where you've actually got your dart, I've done 2 little notches on the end, just signify the end of the dart. And I've put a pin just in the point of the dart, and I always just anchor it in when I'm cutting and leave that pin there. So when we are ready to do your darts then, you can take everything else out, but I keep that pin through the fabric and I just pull the pattern piece off.
Okay, simple, yeah.
This is my, I
Do
don't
you never use a tracing wheel and a tracing paper?
No, I don't, no. And so this is my kind of cheap method of doing it. Obviously, if you want to do a tailor tack in the actual spot, it's quite handy, as long as you do your darts quite soon after so it doesn't come out.
Yeah.
So I'll flip it over so we don't lose this one. I'm going to pull the lower section off and just put a pin back in that point.
Okay, so you've got it on both sides.
There, so where your pin goes in is your dart. So we're just going to do that first. So you put your right sides together and we match up those notches where the base of the dart is. And then we can use that pin then.
Oh, yeah.
To know that that's where you're sewing to. So we line up the end there. And then get these out. And then where that pin is then right at the end, you can replace it then with a new pin, and that's where you're sewing to.
Okay, so you don't mark the line or anything that you're sewing, you just know you're going from
normally,
the notches.
I'm going to wing it now, but you would normally just do a chalk line,
yeah.
I know, I'm not a tailor tack. If you can do something quicker, then I will.
Yeah, well, that's why I love the tracing wheel.
Yeah,
it's there.
So you just trace it straight on. So for this one, I'm just going to whiz along. I'm going to put the foot needle back in the middle. I had moved it along. So we're just going to sew a normal dart. We start at the base and then we head to the tip. So just really simple to start with. And obviously you would have drawn a line on this so you could see where you're stitching. Don't wing it like me.
And what do you do when you get to the tip of your, because everyone does different finishing off, don't they, of the tip of their dart?
Because it's quick now, I've done a quick little back stitch, but in my book.
Yes, which is coming out?
It's coming out in June.
Brilliant.
So excited. So I've kind of looked into a lot of details and kind of worked out the best way. And the traditional and probably the neatest way would be to sew in your normal 2.5 stitch length down.
Yeah.
Just before you get to the end, say half a centimetre, take your stitch length down to say 0.1, 0.2.
Oh, tiny.
And do a couple of stitches to the end.
Right.
And then you can just go back along the straight bit slightly.
Right.
So that will take out the little dimple that you sometimes get.
Oh yeah.
So then you can tie your ends off, but not back stitching.
Yeah.
But if your fabric's quite heavy and can take it, and you cheat, then I do tend to do a little back stitch.
Yeah.
But that's as long as you're not going off your actual dart and you're detouring off. So that's your first one. I'll do the second one quickly now as well. So always get your darts done first, get the fiddly bits out the way. And then, just going to fold that over again. Make sure that that is a nice fold there. If you do want to press your dart, you can always just press the bit you're sewing if that helps as well.
Yeah. Have we got the, can you get the tailor's hand for me? It's in the gallery.
So then you've got your darts, your bust darts there. So it's still quite a big piece and it still looks a little bit complicated for now. Now it does also get you to do your stay
it looks like you've got two necklines there,
doesn't it? It's not what you'd originally see, but it comes together beautifully.
Of course.
So you've got your stay stitch, the non-interfacing section, which is this section round here. I'm a bit naughty with stay stitching. I've always said, because I worry, especially if I get someone who's new sewing, and if I say go and stitch that curved, stretchy seam line, that I worry people are going to stretch it when they sew.
Yeah.
So I always say, if you're confident sewing, do your stay stitching, and you just got to make sure you just let the machine take the fabric.
And don't force it through.
And just don't pull it. But I'll skip that for today because it's fine. It's only trying to just secure it. But it will all be secured onto the interface fabric anyway. So I always think there's room to ease your fabric
and
back
also
in.
how much it's only a little one, how much are you going to pull it? Do you know what I mean?
And I think sometimes, personally, if it's untouched, there's less chance of you distorting it. But, you know, everyone says to stay stitch, but I haven't in my book. I haven't. So the next thing then was your back seam. So this is your back piece here, which I've already sewn the seam. So I'm going to take that off. No darts on the back, so you've got a nice simple piece there. And it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance. So on the inside, I've just got that seam there.
Lovely.
If you've got an overlocker, overlock it, finish it, especially with the cottons as well. They will, and with the denims, it will fray. So do your lovely centre seam and your overlock. And then you place your pieces then with your shoulders together. So you put your right sides together and you place your shoulder section here. Now I found it was slightly longer because I always check if something doesn't sit right, I'll always go back to the pattern and check the paper patterns. So of course, as soon as I realised it wasn't quite right, I thought, well, I'll just check if I've done anything and I've pulled it out or done anything. So I went back and there's just ever so slightly longer the back bodices than that. So don't panic. I think it could be a size thing. Obviously, when things are grade, it's really easy to do. But just make sure that it's not excessively long.
So which end would you match then? If one is longer, would you?
I'm going to match the neck.
The neckline.
Yeah, match the neck one, and then ease it in. But say if it is a little bit longer, you don't want to force in anything that shouldn't be there because it will start to gather. So we'll just let it go a little bit longer than like it did on the pattern. There. And I say it changes because, you know, this was a size 12, so I don't know what, you know, the larger sizes would be like. It could be different.
Now, is there an extra sleeve, or is that the sleeve on there?
The sleeve, it's a cuff.
Oh, okay, so that you've not got a sleeve to set in.
No,
that is the top of the sleeve.
It's really nice and straightforward. The whole pattern for beginners.
So brilliant for a beginner,
Really good. No zips, no fussy bits. And I said even the collar. That's what I want to do with the collar. So it's a really nice method to show you. So we'll just position that bit there. So your 1 centimetre, what I tend to do if I'm sewing one, is move the needle to the left position, and then you can use the edge of the foot as a guide, as long as you've got a standard foot, obviously if you've got a wider foot. But it's quite useful because some people can go a little bit ski-whiff when you're looking for which line to follow. So pop the needle to the left and use the edge of the foot as a guide, which I'm going to do now. And everything else is normal, your stitch length is normal. Just whiz along there.
So book's ready to go then, is it?
It is. They call it the book is lockdown, which is a little bit triggering for people, really, isn't it? They did say, we're going to see if we can change that. So when the book is locked down, then you can start promoting it because it's being printed. So hopefully I'll get an advance copy. I think they said it's April or May. Oh, I'm so excited. It's all happening now.
Well, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it?
Oh my gosh! Well, it's been, when was it? Three and a half, almost 4 years, I think. Which is, I think, So Perfect Pets took 2.5 years from the idea through to the book in my hands. Yeah. And this one, obviously, with COVID, having a baby.
Yeah, I was going to say,
those little minor things. So, yeah, it's all.
And how is he?
He's good as gold. He's just started school, so I get some time back. It's amazing.
But did you cry on the first day?
No, I was like, go. In you go, bye.
Bye, have a lovely time. Mummy loves you.
Yeah, he runs in. I love it.
Oh, brilliant.
Love it. Now, in an ideal world, I would press all of that open, but just for time's sake, we'll just carry on sewing it together. It doesn't matter too much for now. Also, you press your dart down. Yeah. If you press it up, it's not as neat. So I'm just going to hold it in place for now. And then we'll place the underarm seam then. So you've got your side seam from your sleeve down to your waistline, okay? Yeah. So you just pin those ends first and then pin everything in between then so it fits in. And just make sure your raw edges are together. And then we just sew that again with a centimetre.
Yeah.
So we do that on both sides. And what the pattern says to do is to snip into it and then to neaten it.
Right.
Because you would just want to have a little bit of,
Oh, yeah.
on the curve, a little bit of ease. But just be careful you're not snipping in too much. But I think if you overlock, then I would just overlock as close to the stitch line as you can. So we pin the dart in place. Position. So again, pin that end first. Don't start pinning around here because you could easily stretch it and then it will come over. So then just pin your start and the end and everything in between. He did say he wants me to teach him to sew now.
And how old is he?
3.
Oh.
Because we did, I was meant to be sewing these dresses the other day and then I had to make an Easter bonnet.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you saw the Easter bonnet on your Facebook page.
And everyone's like, oh no, it's going to be an amazing Easter bonnet. But I've gone for the whole, yes, I could make an amazing Easter bonnet, but he needs to be involved in it as well.
Yeah,
so,
no,
you
totally.
know,
There's no point you making it.
so it's a bit of a crazy Easter bonnet.
Do you think he really wants to learn how to sew? Because he loves diggers and everything, doesn't he?
He loves
do you think
any
he just
vehicles.
But do you think he loves the fact that the mechanics of the sewing machine?
He's just busy. I think he watches me and because at the moment I'm sewing in my living room.
Oh,
so
are
I
you?
think he's seeing, my studio is still very slowly being built.
Oh.
But we've got summer house coming next month.
Summer house as well as the
house.
studio?
Well, then I can use that for now until the studio's built.
Oh, I see.
Just you realise how long things take.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a long time yet. And
But it's worth it because when it's ready, it's like Delphine's, when it's ready,
it'll be incredible.
it'll be so worth it.
Yeah, but I just need a space that isn't in the house where Morgan can pull on my arm and go, Mummy, 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 Mummy. So we're quite excited about that. And because I'm like everyone else at the moment, I'm cutting out and off my dining room table, which is hard. And it's nice to have a sewing space where you can close the door and
Well, also, if
everything.
you're doing your dining room table, you've got to tidy everything up to when you make the dinner and things like that.
and then there's pins get found in the carpet and I get told off. And it's not good.
Hold on.
I know. So when you've done those, it starts to look more like an actual bodice now, okay? So you can see if I fold those bits back, that's how it's starting to form your top part, okay?
Brilliant.
So you've got these here. So the fun bit now, you would obviously overlock your edges and all of that now. So the next part is quite an interesting one. So if I show, if you can see there, this is the part we're looking at here, okay? So we're going to cut out the back neck facing. So I'm just going to show you that and to block views and just do that quick little demo there. And then we actually attach the facing onto these front facing. So it becomes a really strange shape.
Okay.
But it's really clever.
Yeah.
I really like it. So I'm going to pop that over there for a sec. And the last thing that I haven't cut out, because it's just a nice little one to show you, is your back neck facing.
Right.
So if we just iron this piece flat first to get all your creases out best as you can. Okay. And then rather than placing say you've got your interface in and you're placing that there, what you don't want to do is cut them out separately because it is always difficult to sew them back to iron them back together. So this one I had to do separately because obviously you couldn't cut it out, there wasn't a pattern piece. So what you tend to see is you get a little bit of the interfacing sticking out because it will always be, it won't be perfect, it will be moving a bit. So the best way to do it is to iron your piece of interfacing onto the back. And then we'll put that on.
Okay, what was the question, Ben?
Hang on, just turn that down a little bit.
Oh, hang on, it's shouty. John, would you wash viscose chalice before sewing? Thank you, Sue. I haven't got any viscose chalice to do, that must be from a different show. I wouldn't, because I don't think viscose chalice would shrink, would it?
I was
here we go.
No, I don't know, because do you wash everything before you make?
I would wash these.
For colour?
Well, no, either
shrinkage?
colour or shrinkage, because I'd hate to make the frock and then for it to be just that little bit too tight. So I'd always wash dressmaking fabrics, not ones. I wouldn't wash ones that say dry clean only or anything like that. But any like regulars. Now you see, in theory, these are washed already because they're called wash denim, aren't they? But I'd still wash them. and I definitely wash the poplins because I think you might have a tiny, you might not, but then it's better safe than sorry.
Yeah, because you don't want it to not fit, but
No.
it's a bit of a tough one, isn't it? It's like some people will wash everything.
Yeah. Quilting wise,
And-
no. I say no because I like it when you've made a quilt
Yeah,
and you wash
it's
it and it
fresh.
scrunches up and everything.
Yeah.
When I made costumes, I never, ever, ever washed it before
No.
because it was mainly because you're using taffetas and silks.
Yeah,
and
I
things
wouldn't
like
be
that.
bridal.
No.
You don't.
No,
The
exactly.
last
Oh,
thing
no,
you want to do is
no
get it
bridal
wet and
fabric.
wash it. You're
No,
like,
no.
ugh. So in a way, I suppose I don't, but then I use cottons that are good quality.
Yeah.
So I always think, well, I know they're not going to shrink, but
Yeah.
then if you've got something you're not sure,
Yeah.
it's worth doing it. Right, so I've pinned on your back net facing, and what you just need to make sure when you're new to sewing as well is just get your edge of the pattern exactly on the fold.
Yeah.
Because if you move it just even a couple of mils further in this way, then you're starting to add in extra fabric
yeah.
that you don't want, and then say it's a jigsaw, it doesn't fit together. So this is a thing I see loads of people, just try and get it exactly bang on that edge.
Yeah.
And then you can just cut this out and you'll have your perfect piece then with your interfacing on. So that is your block fusing. Go. Okay, and what I always do as well, when you cut anything on the fold, personally, I always like to do, not the bottom bit actually, we don't need it there, but the
Yeah.
top bit, we'll always cut a small notch just in the top to just mark that centre point. And it just keeps everything aligned, especially on your neckline. No other notches on there, so always check before you take your pattern piece off that there's
Yeah.
nothing else to mark. And then you've got your perfect
Yes.
bit, so we'll just give that another iron then. Secure all that in place. And then this is the clever bit then.
Cool.
Right. Still take ages to get used to that.
Yeah,
putting it flat.
exactly.
Okay, so pop that out the way. That's your other bit. So what you have now, I'm going to open this out so it looks like the picture here. So you have so can you see, shall I put that
Bring it, that's it.
there
Perfect,
so
yeah.
we can see it there, okay? So what you've got here, this is your back bodice, these sections are your front bodice, and then this is your front bodice but your inside,
Yeah.
your face bits, fuse bits, and then this is what you're doing, okay? So
Ah,
you're
okay.
creating, let me pull that down a little bit
Yeah,
so you
yeah,
can
yeah.
see. So then you're creating this inside
Yes.
round bit there, okay? So we're actually going to flip this and sew it onto the front facings.
They look like they're on a different angle as well, though, don't
Yeah,
they?
everything looks a little bit strange when you're doing
Yeah.
it, but it's a
It
really,
works.
really nice way actually. So when you've got your first one, go over to your second side. And again, we'll stitch those with 1 centimetre and then give those a press. And then you just pop your collar inside. It's really simple.
A couple of questions.
Yeah.
Morning, everyone. We all have our different methods of putting darts in. We do indeed, Jean. Jane says, good morning both. Late joining this morning. Can you tell me what fabric Helen is using? I've never made a garment before. The cutting out scares me, but I love this. Yes, that's a 4-ounce denim, which we've got here, which I can show you in a second, Jane. And Attract says, morning both. Would either of you have any tips for fusing interfacing to velvet fabric, or would you stick to sewing?
Oh, good question.
Okay, now I would get, I haven't got one here, I would use a velvet board. And then you put your velvet down, face down on the velvet board, which looks like a bed of nails, a tiny bed of nails. And then I would put the interfacing on the top. And then I'd put a pressing cloth and I'd iron it from the top. That way you don't ruin the nap or the nap of the velvet. If you haven't got one of those, I'd stick to sewing.
I didn't know there was a velvet board.
Yeah, a velvet board looks like you know, in the old-fashioned days when they used to have the man who used to lie on a bed of nails.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, 'cause it's holding all the
lots of
nap
pins,
then, isn't it?
All sticking up. Music for corduroy, velvet, draylons and things like that. And you always
Interesting.
press with the velvet into the pins. So
It holds it still.
Yeah.
Yeah, clever.
Yes, I used to have a board, you know, like about the size of this, and I would also have a sleeve board with it, because if you're doing velvet sleeves and you need to do the
Yeah.
seam on the inside of a sleeve and things like that.
Of course. Oh,
Actually, I'm saying that I haven't seen one for years and years.
I've used it, last time I did velvet I did Cardiff Singer of the World opera gown.
Yeah.
And it was this big, beautiful velvet piece and all kind of ruched up. It was incredible, but I didn't know about that then.
No.
I probably just did it quite traditionally back then, but obviously I just test your fabric and
especially if it's a polyester velvet or anything like that, you must test
don't
it
put
first.
it too high. So that's what you've got. You've now got this circular section that is your bit, and so that will come back over here and your actual collar's going to be sandwiched in there.
Oh wow.
So it's actually quite...
I've never seen it done like that before.
Really clever. So then that will become your inside facing.
Wow.
So what we'll do, I've just got the collar here ready to sew.
Yeah.
So I'll put that up there out the way. So then we take your pin out of this. So take your pattern off. There's a notch in the centre.
Right.
Which is again useful then when you've got your, say, your centre notch that I put in. I'll show you that centre notch that I put in the centre back facing. You know then that will match up there as well. So it's just giving yourself some extra pointers then. There are 2 other notches on the patterns here, which will be your shoulders.
Right.
So it's nicely labelled with everything for what you need. And then, if I place this on top, what you are going to do now, I'll put it the same way round. So we're doing this section here, where you're going to sew your actual collar. So you've got 2 layers. You've got one piece is fused, the other piece isn't. And then you're going to sew up, across and down. And I'd always sew on the side that's fused because it's much easier to manage. Whereas if you sew on the side that isn't, you can very easily start to kind of push along. So
also, if you're unsure about your seam allowance, you can draw it on. You can easily draw it onto the interface
especially
side.
for your points as well. So if you're not sure where you're stopping and pivoting.
Yeah, exactly.
And with fabrics, for a new fabric to start, I love denim. Denim and cotton, that's your go-to if you're new to dressmaking.
Oh, here we go. So Tractor said velvet boards are like hen's teeth to buy these days. Oh, are they? I didn't know that. And then Jane, Sussex Seamstress message saying you can use velvet scraps to iron the velvet so the pile supports it. So you're using velvet.
So you're going like that.
Like your velvet board, and then you put your velvet on top of it. So it's all, that's a good one, Jane.
That's an interesting one. So you want a nice neat corner for your points. And then when you've done all of that, the important thing then is to make sure that you clip your corners. So you could just do a straight diagonal across. I always do just a little bit extra, So make sure you're not too close to your stitch line. And then you just turn that the right way around. I think she gets you don't top stitch it, but you can if you want. So say you did it in denim, it might be quite nice to have a top stitch in if you want. So that's optional for you there.
Yeah, don't push your corners through with your scissors at home.
No, be careful. If you say that now, it's going to go through and these are sharper than I normally have as well. So get that nice and sharp through there. Then you can press this nice and flat, and then you can do a tacking stitch to keep the whole thing flat.
Right.
Because you treat the collar as one piece now, whereas when you're doing
yes, because it's being
being sandwiched in.
Oh wow!
Don't iron like I've just ironed.
And just iron a crease into it.
Yeah, because I was in traditional mode making this, thinking you're going to sew the one layer in.
Like you would normally with a collar,
Yeah, so normally you'd sew like your thicker layer to your stand.
Yeah.
And then your piece on the back you fold under your seam allowance and then attach it. And that is tricky. So especially if you're new to sewing. Right, that will do. Fine. So I'm just going to pin it for now rather than doing that.
So if you tack it at your home, you tack it. So you basically use it as one piece of fabric after that.
So you treat it as one.
Yeah,
absolutely. So then you've got, just get all your raw edges together. Spend a bit more time pressing than I just did. Okay, so you've got your collar piece. So when you've got your piece open like this, I'm going to leave the instructions there so you can see what's happening.
Yeah.
So you have it open, again, pull it down a bit so you can see. So you've got it open here. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're going to fold this. Well, actually, we're going to place this in first. So you put your stiffer side is going to be the bit, I'm just thinking I always get confused with this bit, it's going to be the bit facing up. So she's actually put it in here when you put your interfacing on, this will be called your outer collar.
Right.
So your outer collar is facing up.
Yeah.
So you find the notch in the centre and you match that with the centre back of your bodice and you just pin that in place. Then you've got your notches on the collar match up then with the shoulder seam. So we'll just do that one next. Same the other side. So again, don't pin anything else until you get your key bits in first. So get all your notches pinned in place first. And don't put your fringe in your mouth.
Don't put your fringe in your mouth.
Don't do that. And then the rest, there is a notch then on the outside which will be where you are going to place the end of your collar. So this is where, if you see on here, make sure you can see it.
Yeah.
This is where your notch is, okay?
Right.
And then this is the end of the fabric. So if you see that stretched a bit there. So if I were to pin this, I could very easily pin it short of that. But make sure you place that on the notch because it does work. It does fit. And then the rest will just gather back in.
Yeah.
So if it's stretched a little bit, it will stretch back in. And that's why I always think if you've stitched it, then it's harder to ease back in.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm not a stay stitching fan, but I feel wrong saying it because I feel like, you know, every pattern
everyone's
says
to their own, yeah.
So you've done that bit. Again, we'll come back in here and just make sure all your raw edges are together. And then what the pattern says to do then is to stitch this bit in place first.
Right. Before you bring your line,
Before you bring it
facings
over.
yeah.
But I'll maybe skip that little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. So at home, we would now stitch so we'd have stitched the collar tacked it so it's one piece.
Yeah.
We pinned it in and we now sew it to the bit that we're pinning.
Just shy of your seam allowance, so just short of your 1 centimetre seam allowance.
So you'd have to
and that's what threw me when I first did it because I was thinking of the traditional method.
Yeah.
You pin it together and then you would just sew from this end here all the way across to this end, just short of 1 centimetre. And then once you've done that, the clever bit.
We've got plenty of time if you want to do it. No, okay, that's fine.
I think, again, I'd probably just
you would.
over.
Yeah. So at home, you stitch it
but
down
you could
there.
stitch it and then you could lose your pins.
Yeah.
But I'm going to leave it in and I'm going to flip this bit now over and I'm going to start off again in the centre.
Right.
And I'll just replace my pins.
Yeah.
So that's the only difference.
So you're only going to have one set of pins anyway.
Yeah. And then you match your shoulders up again. Through there. And then there will be a little bit of an overlap then on the end.
Right.
Because on the shirt itself, you can see there's a little bit sticking out.
Oh.
So if you see on here, you've got a little bit extra.
Oh,
so
yeah, I see what you mean.
Like your kind of lapel there.
Like your proper
so if you're
reveal,
panicking thinking there's a bit extra, then it's meant to be there. So you just treat that now as an extension of this, and we're just going to stitch all the way along.
Yeah.
So I just keep pinning this, and we'll do a row of 1 centimetre then, the whole length of it, and it will just sandwich that collar in.
How
really
brilliant.
nice. It is clever, isn't it?
Yeah, because then all your raw edges are inside your facings, aren't they? So there's no need to finish them off or anything.
It's become a tradition now. The only thing I have time to make Morgan is a little shirt for his birthday. So I do make the shirt, and of course when it's small, you've got all the little tricky bits of all the stands.
But it should get easier as the years
go by,
as it gets bigger,
yeah.
And then start going, Mum, I don't need a shirt now.
I know. I'm like, well, I haven't got time.
I want a label. I want a Versace shirt.
I know, I'll be doomed. What do you mean you don't want a little shirt with tractors on? No?
You're 18, you don't want tractors.
I know. So just make sure all your raw edges. So it is, if you tack it, you know nothing's moving.
Yeah.
That's the advantage you've got doing that. So then what it looks like is this. So if I just maybe, so you know you've done it the right way. That's kind of what you end up having.
Right.
As you can see, you've got that and your facing is flipped to the inside.
Yeah.
And just your collar sandwiched in there.
Brilliant.
So we're going to stitch that.
Lovely.
1 centimetre all the way along. And just line up that. And it might be a little bit lumpy in places, so just make sure that you are making sure you're flattening this little bit out here underneath the foot. So you try not to have any lumpy bits. But with everything, just stitch it, and if you have, you can always go back and unpick that little bit.
Also take your time. I always go, oh, I'll just whiz round here.
Yeah.
And don't go, if I go slower, I've got more control over it, but I like to go really fast and it'll be fine.
I always find people come learn to sew with me that they think you need to go really, really fast to be really good at sewing. It's like, well, you actually, the slower you are, the better controlled you are as well.
I've never heard the gallery phone ring before.
I've had the what, sorry?
There's a phone, I've just heard a phone ring in the gallery. I've never heard the gallery phone ring before.
So also underneath when I'm sewing, I'll just make sure it's all sitting flat under the collar as well as on top. So the only lumpy bit to contend with is just the front little bit.
Yeah.
So just take your time, especially on that bit. And if it feels lumpy underneath, try and just work out what's going on and try and flatten it out.
Yeah.
Nearly there. Okay, so when you got to the end, oh, I've caught a bit on the back. But I did that just as a little example to show you. So if you've caught a little bit under there, don't panic. And it's just a case just unpicking just that little stitch and then a couple of centimetres at the most either side, and then just ease it back in. So it's easier to do that than stress too much when you're sewing. So we'll just wiggle that bit back in.
Amazing demo, says Valerie in Lanarkshire.
Ah,
That's
good.
nice. What are her little icons? What's the hands clapping and a smiley face?
Ah, nice.
Aww. So you don't need to finish the edges because they're all going to go inside the facings. You don't need to finish in those edges.
No. If you're worried, you can zigzag, but most people don't. When you're inside your facing,
Well, also add thickness. If you
yeah.
then zigzag or overlock the inside there, then adds bulk to it, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that, oops, cut that bit off. So that will have sorted that little section out. So then, this is the magic then. You just, well, you would also, before you do that,
Clip your corners.
just clip your corners so you take your excess off anywhere where there's a point. And then you just grab your collar and flip it through. Now it's very bouncy for a minute, so you'll find, and also it's not clipped yet.
Yeah.
So you'll find that you'll need to trim into your curve to allow it to sit properly. So at the moment it doesn't quite sit right, and it's because all of that is pulling. So anywhere there's a curve, always snip in. And I can't remember if it's this one where she says, yeah, it says clip into your corners of your seam allowance and clip into your seam allowance every 2 centimetres or so.
Okay.
Which covers it then. So it's no harm doing too much. So you're just snipping right up to your seam allowance, and that will allow everything to sit really nicely then around there. So anywhere there's a curve. So what you're trying to do when you're snipping into a curve of interfacing, you're trying to open it into a straight line.
Yeah.
So then it will go back on itself. Make sure you don't clip the outside, which I nearly did then. Okay, and then on this side. And then when you turn that through now, it should sit a little bit better on the inside. Obviously, until it's on, this looks better when it's actually physically on a stand,
but
because
you
it
can
takes
see
all the
now how it's
shape.
lying
You can
flat,
see how that works. So the bit that did baffle me.
Oh yes, Jane might be able to answer if you've got a question. Jane's watching.
I know what it's saying to do. I can't get my head around the picture.
Okay.
So what it's saying to do is, step 15 is you press in your seam allowance here towards your neck facing. So what I would call, the understitch. I'd call that. So then you're stitching on the right side of your facing, which is what it says, edge stitch on the right side, just past your shoulder seams to secure the seam allowance.
Right.
So you're doing really from, I would normally say I'd go as far as you can really, and you would actually stitch only through your seam allowance and your facing. And then you would stitch all the way along. And what that does, it just rolls it in.
Yeah, exactly.
So it keeps it neat, so it stops it bouncing up like this. So I couldn't quite get my head around the picture, but that might have been me and baby brain.
Okay.
But all it is...
How many years can you do baby brain?
Forever. Hopefully. Oh, no. So you'd poke that little bit through there as well. But what I would do, so whether you just want to do it, she said on here, edge stitch past your shoulder seams.
Yeah.
But it's up to you whether you do kind of the whole length of it, really. If you can get to it, it's
always
always
go as far
good.
as your machine, because sometimes your machine won't let you get to the whole length.
Yeah. So
also, you don't want to go into the bit that's going to be seen.
Yeah. So if we go then from, so if you want to do it from the shoulder seam there, and then it's just a case of, if I put it this way, as you can see. So what you're doing is you're not stitching through the outside of the garment, you're not stitching through your collar, but you are stitching through your seam allowance there and your facing. So you're actually just stitching through 3 layers. So I'll do a little bit of that so you can see it.
Okay. Stacey says, for a beginner dressmaker, would you recommend the denim or the cotton poplin? I'd say either of them.
Either.
They're both as stable as each other, so I wouldn't worry about that. And Julie Vaughan says, morning Helen, I love your calm style demo.
Ah, thank you.
That's Julie Vaughan, who makes a frock every week.
Oh,
She's very busy on the frock.
Well, I've come in the same dresses that I haven't had time to make. I always used to make a new dress every time I was on, and I've run out of time. Not able to do it anymore, so I've recycled a dress.
No, but it's all about recycling and upcycling.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go shoulder to shoulder on this one.
Yeah.
So I would call this understitching.
Yes.
But there are different things, people call things all different things.
Yeah.
As long as it's doing the same job, that's all that matters.
Exactly.
Okay, so we'll just go to that bit, we'll do a little reverse, take it out. So you'll be able to see from inside where your stitching is there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lovely.
And then from the outside, you won't see anything.
See anything at all. Brilliant.
Okay. And you can see it already just keeps everything down, which is nice. Then you can overlock your edges. So where are we then? So on your next page then it's talking about your cuff, which we can do, and your skirt. But you can also then, this interface section, you can just run your overlocker all the way around the edge. And that creates, I might turn this through this way now. Your actual bodice. So that then, where you've got your bit there, if you find on the pattern, so on this bit, if I put it this way round, so you've got your fold line. So I also notch the top of the fold line and I notch the bottom, which is quite useful to do, because then you can find that notch down here and pinch the top, and then you can press that.
Right.
So that gives you your front.
The front fold.
Yeah. So you're not going wonky or anything. So then that gives you your nice straight bit there.
You see, in the denim, I do lots of top stitching when I could in like a red or a gold, like a normal pair of jeans. Morning all, starting to be convinced to go back to dressmaking. Thank you, from Christine in the West Midlands. Go on, Christine, give it a go.
Definitely. I did denim wear for my final collection when I was in university. I've always loved denim, and because it just does what it says in the tin. It doesn't move too much, and you can just play with it so much. And so the collection was all jeans wear and skirts, lots of pleats with stitching all over the top.
Oh, nice.
Colourful stitch, I loved it. nearly wore my denim dress today, actually. So that now creates, obviously you need a really good press.
Yeah.
You can see how that now takes shape.
And is there a notch to where the front? Oh,
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is really good.
Pointed
No,
at.
no,
Yes,
it's good. No, it's in, yes.
Yeah.
Because, I always think, some patterns you get and it's not matching the centre.
Yeah,
and then,
yeah.
Then, of course, if that's out, then you can't match the skirt. But
No.
the lovely thing with this is all the notches in the right place, which I love notches.
Yeah.
So when you actually fold this back in itself, you will find that the notches here will match up then. So you can
Is
put
that like your
those
centre
together.
front?
Yeah, that's bang on your centre front. And then those then, obviously you can just pin all those layers together.
Yeah.
Those will go together, that bit together, and then that will match up beautifully on the skirt front, which is great.
Brilliant. Right. Okay. So that's
yeah.
your body's done. Now, what do you do? We can talk through everything else now because we've only got 5 minutes left.
Then that's fine.
We said there's no sleeves to put in, didn't we?
No, all you've got is you've got a small pattern piece which is a cuff.
Right.
So all you would do with that is you would, each one you'd sew over to the side and you'd sew along there.
Right.
And then you'd actually turn it then back in on itself.
Yeah.
So you end up having these edges are joined here.
Oh, so
and then you just have your cuff and you just attach that onto that.
And then fold it back.
Yeah, really simple. So
Oh, yeah,
you
that's-
just,
yeah.
and then you just then neaten in the edges inside. So
Lovely.
that is really, really simple.
Yeah.
You have got pockets,
Lovely.
which is always good. Always love pocket on a dress. Pockets are quite simple. You've got notches to mark where it all goes as well. So you've got your notch there, which is where your pocket goes. So each pocket gets placed on the pattern edge and you just stitch along the edge to attach it in place.
Yeah.
And then you've got, if you can see this little bit, once you've attached each single pocket onto the front left, the front right, the back left, back right, then you just sandwich it all together and just stitch all the way around. The one thing I would do on this though, is I would overlock the outside of your pockets first.
Before you start
because
attaching,
if you see in this little picture close up here, so where when you're actually going straight down doing your stitch and you've got a really tight corner at the top of your pocket, and then you've got a really tight one up here. Now to get an overlocker up through there is virtually impossible, and you're going to start cutting into your dress.
Yeah.
So personally,
but if you overlock just around the single pieces, then they're finished off.
Overlock around your single piece of the pocket and your seam edge of the skirt.
Yeah.
And then when it all goes together, you don't have to worry about overlocking.
Brilliant.
So that'd be my main tip.
Lovely.
And then the only other thing then is when you put it all together, you've got your what do you call it?
Pleats.
Pleats. Well done. So you've got all your pleats. So just be mindful that you're notching the correct size.
Oh, so the pleats are different for
different sizes for
dresses.
different sizes, different pleats. But also mark your centre front. I think that's
Lovely.
really important. There's two pieces here.
Yeah.
So I've cut the two out at the same time because this is the biggest piece you're working with.
Yeah.
So if you can layer your fabric up and cut two out at the same time, that's
perfect.
much easier. But yeah, centre front notch, because then you're going to match your centre front
to the centre
bang
front of
onto
them.
there.
And the pleats go towards the side seams, don't they?
Yeah,
towards the
it's
side
hard to
seams.
see because it's so floral. It's a really beautiful dress, and it's hard to see the detail on it, which is nice when you've got the denim.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a really striking piece, and you'll be able to see a lot more of that
So
detail
no
when it's made.
fastenings, no zips, no
Nope.
buttons. Would you, because this overlap here is quite big, would you maybe put a stitch?
Yeah, she has
there?
put on there at the end, I think you can stitch about 10 centimetres up.
Oh, right.
But I would put it on first and then pin it and then
work out
stitch
where's
up.
best
Yeah,
for you.
stitch where you're more
Exactly.
comfortable. And just make sure you can get it on, obviously. You can't stitch it too far up and then not be able to get
Of
in
course
it.
not, no.
Because obviously there's no fastening.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure that you can
Get into it.
get into it. So don't alter the pattern to make it all nippy and fitting you in.
Oh, no, 'cause you won't get into it.
Because you won't get into it.
No,
okay?
exactly.
So it's going to be a nice, loose, relaxed.
Brilliant.
Nice dress.
Fantastic. Well,
There we go.
excellent. Now, you're back in an hour doing another frock,
Yes.
aren't you? But before we do, let's just recap this one. So, fabulous demo, Helen. Thank you very much from the Sussex Seamstress.
Glad you have
Right,
it.
here we go. So here is the Sussex Seamstress pattern. Streat. Beautiful, £15.50. Sizes 6 to 30. All the patterns are all in there for your 6 to 30. They're all in there. It's not like you have to buy one for 6 to 16 and 16 to 30 or anything like that. All in there. £15.50 and your instructions booklet. Fabric-wise, where would you like to go first? Florals first. Okay, then let's do the ivory floral first of all with the sunflowers. £31.99. You're getting 4.5 metres there. That's 9 units. Beautiful. I love that one. That'll make all these florals will be gorgeous for this dress. So that's that one. Thank you, Dan. Then we've got the navy blue with the all over floral. Gorgeous. Then we've got the blue paisley. Charlie's favourite. Oh, there's only one of the paisley left. There's only one paisley bundle left. £31.99. Then we've got the floral that the sample's made out of. £31.99. Multi-floral, oh, black. Don't come closer. Dan's pushing. Dan's so desperate to pack the table away. He's coming closer with his trolley. Right, then we've got the 3 denims. The dark one first. Now you will have some of this left over because at the 60 inches wide you didn't need as much fabric, so you will have some of this left over. £39.99. Make a bag to go with. 4.5 metres there. That's the dark one. Then we've got the medium one. There you go, beautiful. And then the paler one, or the lighter one. They're all the same weight. They're all the same weight. There's the colour, £39.99. And you'll need some interfacing. There she is, Julia Roberts, looky likey. £2.99. That's your lightweight interfacing there. Gorgeous. We'll see you in an hour. Going to have a lovely sit down. Now, after break, we've got Block of the Month with Yvonne McAtamney. Go nowhere at all.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreat.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Streat customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Yvonne McAtamney's here. Hello, Yvonne McAtamney.
Hello, John. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, it's been ages.
Well, Happy New Year, I think we need to say to one another, don't we?
And you've got a new hairdo, I see.
Well, I'm trying to be taller.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well, you know, what else can I
I thought
do?
you'd be like Jedward, didn't they used to have hair like that?
Who?
Jedward, you should know Jedward. Anyway.
I'm not admitting to that. I'm not admitting to anything.
No, exactly. Now, look at that gorgeous quilt behind Yvonne. It's fabulous.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for it?
A lady who works for me, Linda Earle, is responsible for designing all of this. I've had a bit of choosing of fabrics throughout, but I haven't designed any of this particular one.
Okay, now it's a block of the month. How many are there?
It's going to run for 8 months.
Yeah.
So for the first 7 months, you're going to either be making a series of blocks or some of the applique panels. The final month, as always, is going to be the frame, the borders and the binding. So that's the last month.
Brilliant.
Month 1, which I'm going to demonstrate today, is the center of the quilt. So you have you have 3 blocks.
I was going to say, there are only 3 in prep.
I know, but I've got one here, 3 plus 1.
Yeah.
So you have these blocks that are put on point, so that creates the center of the quilt.
Okay, so that's month 1. Are you going to tell us what the other months are?
I'm going to tell you what month 2 and month 3 is.
Yeah.
Month 2, so what we'll be showing you next month, is this block, and there are 2 of these, one at the top and one at the bottom, so that balances it out. And month 3 is whenever we move into doing some applique.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. We've used a variety of backgrounds, so we have some backgrounds that have little leaves on, some that have little dots on, and some that have some coloured dots on. Yeah. So I just love this combination
I think it's
colours.
but the whole thing is just gorgeous. It really is.
It's really fresh and delicate.
Yes.
There are some small pieces, so of course I'm going to tell you that you really should be thinking of a little bit of spray starch or the that spray stuff that I can never remember the name.
You mean best press?
But that's the word.
That's
you
the
see, I
word.
knew you came along for some
Yeah,
reason.
I mean,
yeah. So for the best press and applique pins for the little.
Oh yeah,
tiny-
we'll put that in when we're doing that. But that'll be month 3.
That's month 3. Month 4.
I thought we were only going to month 3.
Month 4 is a bit of a mega month.
Oh, okay.
You've got a lot of work to do in month 4. We are looking at applique and piecing in that month.
Oh, wow.
And then we're back to either just piecing or applique in the month. But month 4 is a bit of a mega month.
And why is that then? Was it to get it all in?
It was. We could have stretched it to another month, but it just seemed to, 8 kind of fits quite nicely for a lot of people.
And then 8, it isn't just cream fabric for a border, is it?
No.
8 has got this beautiful...
Yeah, and we're pulling all of the colours that are throughout the body of the quilt out into the border, which we like to do that. It just kind of finishes it off.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
And the final binding is just a slightly darker shade of green, which again just takes your eye out to the edge, because you have this mid-green and this is a couple of tones darker for the edge.
And why hasn't that one got any binding on it then?
Because
I've
this
just
one
noticed something, excuse me.
Oh no, what?
Now turn round.
Oh.
Village Fabrics, let's advertise subliminally, shall we?
Oh my God, I didn't even know.
You didn't know it was there?
No. Well, no, this was more about, I like the colour of the sort of pinky, heathery bits on the front.
Yeah, but it's got Village Fabrics in capital letters across the back.
Well, okay, but when do I ever turn my back to the
You just did it.
Well, you...
How fantastic. Do you wear that to the shows and everything, so people see you wandering around?
Yeah, and look, these waistcoats are designed with a purpose. It's to keep my back warm.
Oh, is that what it is?
And on one occasion I thought, well, you know, I really should be making the most of this opportunity.
Because you normally make them reversible and things.
Yeah, and it is.
Oh, okay. Has it got Village Fabrics on the back of the inside as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's this is more of a lining in this one than a...
Nice, it's lovely.
But,
while we're talking about events...
Oh, Quilt Fair.
Yeah, I can't go this year because I'm on my holiday. I'll be lying on a beach.
Yes, I knew that.
Well, if you will, pick it when I go on holiday. Well, last year we moved our whole family holiday, so I could be there.
I know you did, but this wasn't our intention.
Oh, no.
We had some problems getting the hotel booked for the particular weekend.
You have to do it for you. Don't think you have to worry about me.
No, but it is a little bit later in the month. But we have some international teachers coming this year.
Oh, wow.
And we have the lovely Mark Francis coming across. And a friend of mine, Virginia Walton, who is Creative Curves. She specialises in stitching curves.
Lovely. Is Nancy going this year? Itchy Stitches, whatever she's called, is she?
Yes.
Yeah, because she was messaging me yesterday.
Nifty Needles.
That's her, not Itchy Stitches, Nifty Needles.
Yeah, she's going to be there.
And the lovely Margaret.
Oh, of course. Margaret is very busy. She organises all the classes. And there's schedules flying all over the place.
Yeah. Margaret's gorgeous. Margaret owns a company that do Irish...
Donegal tweed,
and it's just gorgeous.
Oh, it's the most wonderful stuff.
And she's adorable too. And your lovely daughter,
Catherine. Yeah, and
they're all international as well, aren't they? Aren't they New Zealanders?
Well,
or something?
she's Margaret's a New Zealander, but she's married to an Ulster man. Yeah. So I was there 2 weeks ago. We were having a really intense 3 or 4 days.
And if you're wondering what we're talking about, it's called the Stitch Festival.
It's called Quilt Fair.
Quilt Fair.
And it's held in Belfast, and it's the 7th, 8th and 9th of September in the Stormont Hotel.
And it's a lovely space. There's and it's not overcrowded, even though there's lots and lots of people go. There's the main room, then there's a foyer, then you go across the car park and there's another teaching space, there's a teaching space upstairs, and there's an exhibition space. Just do it for you,
well, there's 3 exhibitions this year, and there are longer classes, and we are going to have a bit of fun on the Thursday and the Friday evening. We're having, now let me get this right, the Stormont Slow Stitching Soiree.
Oh, very nice.
Which is going to involve hand stitching, Prosecco, and pizza.
Wow.
Do I need to say more than that?
And Jules Miouf, is she going to be there this year?
Yes, and she is, she's just wonderful. She's so dynamic as Jules, and she keeps coming up with really helpful ideas for us. And
whether you want them or not?
So positive. So positive. And she's going, and we have Alison Marion this year as well.
Alison Marion's going to be there. Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah. And
is she getting there on a barge? Is she going to take a barge across?
Well, she's taking her husband and her dad, I believe.
Oh,
they're all
brilliant.
coming across.
Oh, lovely. I bet they make it into a little holiday, is everything?
That's their plan. So yeah, there's just so much going on. Even I'm struggling to keep up.
Well, I'm sure. Anyway, that's enough of that. $34.99 will get you block 1, which actually is more than one because you make 3 blocks right going down the middle.
Or
the
4.
finished quilt is 62 inches by 86 inches, whoever just messaged in for that. Yeah. So in your bundle, you get this little pamphlet, which is all about I put it there. A little pamphlet which is all about finished picture and all about the quilt itself. And then in your bag here, now do these come from us or do they come from you? Like, as in,
You.
We've got them in our warehouse. So they're ready to
Yes.
go. They're in the warehouse now, ready to go. So in here, for your block 1, which are these 3 down the middle here, you've got your beautiful, beautiful fabrics here. I'm going to mess this one up. Are these Liberty? They look a bit Liberty-esque, don't they?
They aren't, but yes.
But the quality of Liberty, though, aren't they? They've got that lovely fit. Oh, that's gorgeous.
I just love those little ditzy prints.
Yeah. So now this is what you're also talking about, the different coloured backgrounds, because in this one, you've got your white on white background there, and then you've got your coloured dots on that one as well.
Yes, the white fabric is for your setting triangle, so
Right.
that's what will put your pieced blocks on point.
Yeah.
And the background used within the block is this, they call it fog.
Fog?
Fog.
Oh dear.
I know. So it's just this little bit darker and it pulls your eye into the centre of the quilt.
Yeah. Beautiful, right, so
And
you get
it's
all of that. Do I need anything else at all? Is it just piecing in this one?
It's just piecing, so you obviously need some neutral cotton thread.
Yeah.
As always, new project, new needle for your sewing machine.
course.
So a size 80
Yeah.
needle, and then
And that's it. So we're saving Bondaweb when we do the applique later.
Yes,
We don't need to do that
yes,
now.
you don't need that for this.
Okay, perfect.
this
So
month.
this blops through my door. Oh, hang on, I haven't shown the instructions yet. All the instructions here, again, very thorough. Look, assembly diagram, everything you need to know in there. Also, if you get stuck, Yvonne and her team are always happy at the shop to take your calls, aren't you, if people get stuck on anything?
We do, and we talk people through very many things.
And if you've never been, you must go for a visit,
yeah.
because it's the most gorgeous town that it's in, and a lovely shop
Yes,
there.
it's a little old market town.
Yes,
It goes
exactly.
back to ancient times.
Yeah. Right, so it plops through my door. What do I do first?
You open your pack.
Yeah.
I would give my fabrics a bit of a press.
Yeah.
And then I would have a look at the instructions. And let me say that there is one, and it's not really a mistake. No, it's not really a mistake. I've just called this blue fabric, this little blue fabric,
Yeah.
and the blue floral, and the blue floral, both blue floral.
Oh, no.
In the instructions, but it does become quite clear because you're cutting lots of little squares out of one blue floral,
Yeah.
which is the little ditzy one,
Right.
and you are cutting the longer block borders out of the blue floral that has a few other little colours on. There's a
Right,
bit of
okay.
yellow and a bit of green, but as I was going through, I called them both the same thing. But I just change the blue, the last blue floral, which is for the block borders, to blue multi-floral.
The thing is, if you look at the picture,
Yeah.
it's obvious that those squares there are the little ditzy, and that this round the outside is your big floral.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to cause any trouble.
No.
You know, it's
Well.
doable. I know, you never know.
No. If you have any trouble, though, just give her a call.
Yeah, it's all my fault, and I will own up
She'll
to it.
sort you out.
Yeah.
Right.
So you are then ready to start cutting out your fabrics. Because there are 3 patchwork blocks in total in the month, we give you the cutting instructions for all 3.
Right.
But then the sewing instructions are for 1 block. So
Right.
you stitch 1 block at a time.
Lovely.
So you have an assembly diagram. And as you can see, this block is assembled in 3 separate rows.
Yeah.
It just starts to look a bit more interesting because whenever you turn it on point.
Yes.
But
Actually, seeing that makes it look much, because I was looking at it thinking, oh, I don't know how to make that. But actually, now I've seen that layout drawing there, it's actually, you can see what it is.
And I think it's also why we put it on the front of this pack of information, square.
Yes.
Okay, but the last thing that you do is you are going to put your setting triangles
To
around
make it on point,
Yeah.
yeah.
So rows 1 and 3 are exactly the same. So I've made a row 1 up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where I would actually start stitching would be in the middle. But the choice is yours. Shall we do row 3? We'll do a repeat of what we have here.
Yeah.
So we have our little 4 patch, so we're stitching our little 1.5 inch squares together. And the thing that you have to remember here is the positioning of the little blue squares. You want them to be against, out in the very far corners each time and up against the edge of your flying goose. You don't want them going like that. You want to see the secondary pattern coming down through. So that's going to go there. Now, these are little squares, so whenever it comes to stitching, you really do want to make sure that you have an accurate 1/4 inch seam.
Okay.
What you do, you start by stitching 2 little squares together to make 2 squares you're in a rectangle. You're then going to nest those seams together, one against each other. Yeah, you see that? I have just finger pressed these because that's a very big iron for a very little piece of fabric.
So if you've got the mini iron, use your mini iron. Not quite sure where ours is.
No, well, I'm not going to worry about it because the important thing is that you have nested your seams together and you're going to make sure that your points are in place, yeah? So now you make sure you've got your 1/4 inch lined up here, and I did have a practice with this earlier, so with a bit of luck I should have.
Have you done the rest of this at home, or have you done it all on that machine?
Oh, I've done it at home, of course I have.
So no matter what you do, all machines are different, aren't they? So
yeah, that's why I have put this machine to what I would consider a scant 1/4 inch. Now that is
want some scissors? Oh no. Fine.
If you can find me a pair, John,
do you want little snippy scissors? Here you go.
Little ones, that would be wonderful because it would appear I've left mine somewhere sensible. So I've got my points together in the middle there, and I'm just finger pressing. So now, have I got that the right way round? I ask myself.
Have you got that the right way round, Yvonne?
No, John, I don't.
Oh.
So I need to make sure I turn it like that, yeah? Because what I have done is got that one the wrong way round.
As well.
But they're right now, because I'm looking at my picture, okay?
Yeah.
So the thing that holds these two things in place is a flying goose. And what I tell you to do in the instructions, of course, is to lay all the pieces out to start with, which I didn't do because I wanted to get on with the sewing here. Now, whenever you have triangles, you of course have bias edges because you've cut across the grain. So don't cut them and put them away, cut them and stitch them, and then the edges just stay a little bit flatter. Going to just put one pin in there, and I'm going to stitch along there. We are attaching floral squares to either side of one of the fog triangles, and of course my needle has unthreaded itself. That's always a good thing.
You're all right. I can go through the bundle if you want. Yvonne, hello. New waistcoat, says Claire. It's lovely. Kim says, it's a lovely town, a beautiful shop, and the staff are lovely and so helpful. Well, she can't be talking about your shop. I don't know what she's talking about then.
Oh, don't
have
you
a look
be
at me.
cheeky.
Have a look at the bundle while Yvonne threads up her machine. So for $34.99, what we're making are, in block 1, it's these 3 down the centre of the quilt here. They're all put on point. You're going to make them as squares, but then you're going to put them on point with your setting triangles later. You get all of your instructions. So this is the block you're making in the square. So that's what you're making. You make 3 of those. The cutting instructions are for all 3. And then the instructions are to make 1 block. You just repeat it 3 times. Then your fabrics here, you've got your lovely Essence of Liberty prints. This is for your border. That's for your squares in your little 4 patch there. That's your centre square, and then these are your flying geese. This is fog, which is like almost like your background for the whole of that block there. And then the white on white here, or the cream on cream, that's for your, when you make it into going on point. So it'll be the triangles that make it go into point. Over half the stock's gone already. Over half the stock has gone. We're only 20 minutes into the hour and over half the stock's gone already.
It is a very, it's a very fresh design.
Yes, beautiful.
I think it's, now I probably do need to press.
Do you want a little iron? Do you want something in the iron?
Well, this is a bigger piece, but
okay.
I'm switched on. Yes, I'm switched on.
Yeah, you switched on. You'll be all right.
So I,
Don't worry, Dan.
now let me just remind you that because this is a biased edge on the orange floral triangle that I'm going here, go across the seam, not along it.
Yeah.
And then you're not stretching, or you shouldn't be stretching. Okay, so I just continually sort of go along.
Yeah.
That way.
Lovely.
Okay, so we are doing the same again. We are attaching that onto there. So we will have and these fabrics are being very well behaved. They're actually, they're not moving around very much.
Good, nice and stable.
That's the word. And hopefully I've left enough thread this time that it doesn't unthread itself. Oh, when, you know, every machine is just slightly different.
Yeah, of course they are.
And I've had an interesting time with my sewing machines recently.
You done what?
Well, my faithful old sewing machine decided to, I think the capacitor went, something actually burnt.
Oh no. Well, how long have you had it?
Quite a few years.
Yes, and how often do you sew on it?
Most days.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yes, I can't complain. And the good news is it's been repaired.
Oh,
and
brilliant.
I got it back.
Oh, excellent.
But in the meanwhile, because I didn't have my machine, I ended up with borrowing my daughter's.
Right.
And I've got 5 machines home from work, trying to actually find one that I like to sew on.
Oh, I was going to say you sell sewing machines, don't you?
Yeah,
shop?
but it's just whenever you're used to something.
Of course it is, yeah.
It's, you know, my old machine I've been sewing on for 25 years, and it's like an extension of my hands. On one occasion, the touch screen went on it, and I had such sufficient muscle memory that I could press the buttons that I couldn't see to actually,
get the stitches. Well, I suppose it's like touch typing, isn't it? You get so used to where they are and everything.
Right, just clipping the ears off and the corners, yeah.
Lovely.
So yes, I'm very pleased to say that my machine is now home again, which is excellent news. And so we are now pointing our sewing geese points in.
Sewing geese?
Sewing geese?
They're
Flying
sewing
geese?
geese now,
they are
aren't they?
sewing geese, oh okay. And I'm going to stitch that onto there. And this is going to go on the other side. And we're going to check that we have things the right way round each time we do. And then we're going to go across and finish the central section.
Excellent.
So it is straightforward. It is repetitious. Row 1 and row 3 are the same. There we go. And we're putting that down, and we are looking to see that we are putting our blue square up against our sewing goose there.
Because you make, is that called an Irish chain, that bit that those blue squares are making
Well,
up?
yes,
Almost.
I suppose you could. I wouldn't, I'm sure there is a definition that would say this wasn't quite, but it's close.
Close to.
What it is doing is creating a secondary pattern,
Yeah.
which is always the fun of putting blocks together. Okay.
And where's Pemberley Gardens?
Well, any young man of, it's a fact universally acknowledged that any young man of some fortune must be in want of a wife. So Pemberley from Jane Austen.
Oh.
So we go for a bit of class here
Yeah,
and there,
yeah.
you know.
Lost on me.
Well, my degree's in English and history.
So's mine. Mine's in English and drama.
Well, I don't know what to say then.
No. It was a long time ago, that's all I'm going to
yes,
say.
let's stick with that. So
Yeah.
I have, of course, made some more
Of course.
flying geese. And the central section is, I have stitched most of it. So you have your green floral in the middle.
Uh-huh.
We have put 2 rectangles of the fog, one on either side.
Mm-hmm.
With the other longer sides now, we have attached little blue floral squares onto the fog, and we've made a piece that is now long enough to go across here.
Uh-huh. Morning all, love the presentation and the banter. I'm home with a chest infection
Oh,
and feel
poor you.
rubbish. But you cheer me up, Lynn in Herefordshire. Oh, get well soon,
Yes,
Lynn.
that's horrible.
Yeah.
That's horrible. There's still a lot of nasty bugs about.
Oh, there's so many, aren't there?
Again, I am I'm nesting seams together, so that hopefully my points will meet. I'm never too sure on the TV. It's all a bit hit and miss sometimes. No, it's not. If you take your time and make sure you're nesting things and that you're pressing things properly, then it will all come together. Take your time whenever you're cutting.
Yeah, measure twice.
Absolutely. I've never, I never used to standing and sewing.
Oh,
Because you
right.
actually end up balancing on one leg. I
Yes.
suppose it's good for your
Yeah.
core, I
Yeah.
suppose. Oops.
Oh, that pin.
That pin out of the way. There we go. I always tend to do that because it just lets me set the scene, let the thread go into the fabric a little bit, and we're just going along there. Now this time we don't have any bias seams, so just get in there and make sure it's flat, and you are pressing from the front so that you don't get any little ridges.
Yeah.
Because these are smallish pieces, and you need to make sure that you are not creating little ridges, which changes the dimension. Yeah. So we are now attaching a goose onto and I'm just going to put one pin through the middle there. How am I doing for time, John?
Oh, you're all right, not even halfway through yet.
Okay. Thank you. Because I have to sew this, so then I've got to that, and then I need to get some borders around.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm going to get through everything you're supposed to do in month 4, but I'm sure we'll manage.
I'm sure you will. Do you know what date it is yet? Have you got your date set for the different?
I do.
But you can't remember them.
They are the last Wednesdays in the month.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you the exact
numbers.
dates.
Can you look it up on the master schedule, please?
Yeah, it's just so that people have a month between.
Yeah. But if they know what the dates are now, they can put it in their diaries.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're ready
You can't miss us, can
No.
they? Yeah.
Charlie's just looking now.
I thought your shirt went really well with the quilt.
Oh,
John.
yeah, it does,
Don't you think? I think you blend in really well.
Yeah, I'm doing a butterfly theme this week. Every day my shirt's got a butterfly on.
Oh,
But because I'm in 5 days, that's five butterfly shirts.
Wow. Was that a difficulty for you?
No.
No, I didn't think it was going to be. So now we have a few seams to line up. Nothing too much actually, because we have, this is where you have to decide which way you're pressing your seams.
Yeah.
Which is why I sometimes don't press too firmly until I know where I'm going, because you always are wanting to nest your seams together. They kind of just interlock. And I'm putting a pin there. I've gotten that seam going in the way I want it, so that will be okay. That one is going to nest in there.
When you're sewing at home, do you do this? Do you talk out loud, going, right, I've got to put this here and got to do that there?
Sometimes, if it has gone wrong the first time, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and if my little granddaughter's around,
she's about 16 now.
Oh, she's a big 3 now. She it's hard getting the word in edgeways sometimes with her, but if I'm talking about something, she's listening and you know, paying a little bit of attention.
Yeah.
So that's always good. So I'm now joining row 3 onto row 2.
Right. Okay.
Or 1 onto 2.
Yeah. Princess, the finished quilt is 62 inches by 86 inches.
Yeah, it'll cover a double bed.
Yeah. It's almost too pretty to put on a bed though, isn't it? I'd want it hanging on a wall somewhere.
I just think it's a lovely bit of spring inside the house. Yeah. I think perhaps, you know, the time of year is really making us think of that as well.
Yeah.
So again, we have lined things up. We are just going to make sure that we are pressing that from the front. There we go. Oh, I know, that way round.
Oh, don't worry.
And I'm on my last edge here, so that's going there.
And weren't you going somewhere exotic last time I saw you? Weren't you going on some fabulous holiday
I
somewhere?
went to India for 2 weeks in January.
Oh, so that was since I've seen you then?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Seemed to have a fantastic time.
I had a very interesting time. I met some... the wonderful thing about crafting is that you can go anywhere in the world and you will have something in common with the people that you meet. So at the beginning of the tour, we actually went to a quilt shop where we met with a group of quilters. We had show and tell and had afternoon tea with them, and that was a wonderful experience. As I say, those were ladies in the south of India with the same interests as we had, and they'd been so thoughtful of the little pastries and things that they had made, so that they were worried that we might be gluten intolerant or whatever. And just the thoughtfulness was wonderful. And we saw some wonderful Lone Star quilts that they had made. And one lady we were speaking with had actually exhibited over in Festival of Quilts.
Oh, wow.
And she had won some prizes in the pictorial section.
Yeah.
And then, you know, wonderful weaving, hand looms, wonderful food.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you had a nice time. And where did you go? Where was it you went?
We started out in Chennai. We were in Mandarai. Oh, we went on a river, a houseboat one night, just in the estuary.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, wonderful. Just so peaceful. And really you felt as though you'd gone back centuries.
Oh, wow. To your childhood then, really?
Oh, thanks, John. You would remember it well, of course.
I do. I was there. I was the boat driver.
Yeah. Some wonderful temples.
Oh, yeah.
Very ancient temples.
Yeah.
and quite a bit of silk came home.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, I did try to only bring things that I thought I might use, but
yeah, impossible.
But then I saw one sari. It was actually my friend Rose's fault.
Why?
Well, she saw it and she said, Yvonne, look at that.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes you think, hang on, let me just...
Yeah, concentrate on your pressing.
Yeah, that is going to have to behave itself in a minute. And sometimes you see something and you think, I can't go without buying that.
Yeah.
Well, that was what happened with this.
And what are you going to do with it?
Well, at the minute it's still in its box, which is a bit sad.
I used to have, when I was not younger, but when friends of mine went on holiday to like Sri Lanka or India and all of that, they'd always bring me a sari back. So I had loads. I used to make cushions out of them and all sorts.
Well, this sari length includes a blouse length.
Oh,
for the
nice!
top.
Yeah.
And I think I may cut it up.
Make a waistcoat.
Well, I was going to put it in big panels and put in my bedroom.
Oh, nice.
You know,
yes,
some canvases.
Yes.
I thought that way I would be keeping it in relatively big pieces so that I could appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see.
See, yeah. What'll happen is a project will suddenly come up and you'll go, that's the perfect thing for my sari. Yeah.
I had a couple of tops made while I was there.
Yeah.
Bought the one's cotton, one's silk. I bought the fabric before lunch. So let's say 11:30, and they were delivered ready-made to my hotel room at 10 o'clock that evening. And did I have any complaints?
No.
None at all. Perfect fit.
Yeah.
Interesting neckline that I'd drawn for them, and I've had to cut a couple of threads.
Yeah. I've got a friend who had his stag do out there, and they had all their wedding suits all made while they were there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The tailoring is excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the block is $34.99. It's the first one of the month. It's the Pemberley garden quilt. Beautiful quilt. We've got more people in baskets than we've got stock of now. Make sure you check out.
So what I'm doing is I'm starting to put the frame or the border.
Right, okay.
It's called the border in the instructions.
Yeah.
Around the block. It is a very narrow little frame, and this gives you a little bit of leeway. If your block, this block when it is finished should measure 12 inches.
With the border on.
With the border on. Now, if it doesn't quite, then you can trim it back a little bit because you've got this bit around it. Okay.
If you're just sewing straight lines for the time being, so we see that, I'm just going to introduce a few of the other bits and bobs we've got in the hour because you need to check out on your Pemberley garden. Now, I've got bunny swags here, which have always been really, really popular. Let's do. Have I got the right colours here? Yeah. Got the yellow one first. So there you go. Now look, at $11.99, this is what you're getting. The yellow one here. Ignore the blue one. I'll just put that one out of shop for a minute. So what you get in the kit is you get everything to make this. It's I'll have to open it and have a look. It's about, how long would you say that was? 1 metre long.
It's about 1 metre, yeah.
Yeah, you get the ribbon, you get the felt. I'll show you inside anyway. Making gorgeous Easter, like kind of, well, it's bunting that's going to last forever, isn't it? Little bunny swags. So what you get in your bundle is you get your fabric, you get your ribbon, you get your yellow fabric, you get your what's this? Floral fabric, and then you've got what's that? That's like a fleecy, is it? Like a fleecy felt? What's that, Yvonne?
It's felt.
That's a very posh felt. Very posh felt. So you get your felt, your ribbon, your 2 fabrics, and then all of your instructions in here. There you go. And all your instructions and your templates will be there as well. Gorgeous, $11.99. $11.99.
Oh, it's great fun to do with the kids.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And there might be a slight technical hitch down my end because I've stitched the wrong bit on. Because I've got 2 long pieces and 2 short pieces. And I went and stitched a long piece.
Well, don't worry, don't worry. Oh, no, because do you need to quick unpick? You got a quick unpick.
A girl always is armed with a quick and pick.
Okay, I'll carry on over here,
Yeah,
don't worry.
yeah.
Then I've got Bunny Swag in blue and red, which is this one here. Hang on, let me hold that up for Dan. Oh. There you go, Dan, you got it. Trying not to get my face in it, sorry. Beautiful. So in that one, I'm not going to open this one. You get the felt, the 2 fabrics, the ribbon, the instructions. Do I need, how do I stick my felt to my fabric?
A bit of Bondaweb.
Bondaweb, bit of Bondaweb you need for that one. $11.99.
Yeah, a bit of Bondaweb
Yeah.
makes life a bit easier. Or you could use freezer paper, I suppose. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
$11.99. Beautiful. Now I've got a bit of a discrepancy now. So I've got Easter chick bags, but my actual sample is a rabbit one. So ignore that. It'll look like that, but it'll look like that. So it'll be this shape.
Yeah.
It'll be that shape, but it'll have chickens. Oh, there's only 9 left. There's only 9 of those left. There it is. There's one with chickens on.
The fabric inside is some Annie Downs fabric.
Very nice.
That little grey floral is beautiful.
Now, the other thing I've got to tell you about this one is you get the fabric, you get the ribbon, you get the instructions. Oh, that looks a little bit like fog, that one in there as well. It's not fog, I know, but it looks a bit like the fog from this. There are 2 mystery presents in there as well, aren't there?
There are. So
not prizes, because everybody gets one. Mystery presents.
Yeah. So it's ideal to make yourself and just keep the prezzies and use the...
Well, no, you could put the prezzies in the bag as an Easter gift.
Or you could put some little chocolate Easter eggs in or something.
No, I'll keep the chocolate Easter eggs. You can have the 2 gifts.
Okay. Or you give the whole thing as a present.
$15.99. Beautiful. So that's what your little bag will look like. They're not in those colours, but that sort of size and shape and everything. So you get everything in there. Ribbon, fabric, fabric, fabric. So hang on. So, the other one is the other one for lining. What's the other fabric for, Yvonne? So I've got the yellow for the trim. I've got the blue for the main body. What's the little dotty one for?
Must
be the lining.
The lining. Unless the yellow is...
No, it's lined. It's like whichever. That yellow, I would say, was for this bit here. Only 7 left and the 7 in baskets. Beautiful.
Yes, I think the answer is don't ask me at this point.
I
don't know.
You concentrate on what you're doing then. Right, and then I'm going to move on to Peeps and Hoppity, which is so cute, isn't it? So it's a little table mat. You've got a little bit of patchwork in the middle there with the border. Then you've got your applique chickens, little fat chickens around the outside with the broken eggs. Then on this end here, you've got the bunny rabbits with their bobtails, and the tulips. Everything you need in there to do the front and the binding. You will also need fusible web, embroidery thread, wadding and backing. Yes, it's the front and the binding in there for $19.99. Oh no, it's all in there, look. So there's your chicks, there's your flowers, there's your other little chicks, there's your stripes, felt for your eggs, and then that's your back. Oh, it's actually a really lovely linen background, that one.
Yeah.
$19.99. $19.99.
It would be a nice tray cloth as well. Do people still have trays?
We were selling trays yesterday, day before yesterday, with the William Morris trays on the...
Oh. Well, it would be. I think that would be a nice,
it'd be lovely.
nice place, nice use of it.
Serving afternoon tea, but you don't want anyone spilling anything on it.
Oh.
Anyway, it's $19.99.
Oh, that's something else we're doing at Quilt Fair.
What?
We're having an posh afternoon tea.
Oh,
as well.
that's nice.
Yeah.
And I'm really missing out last year. I couldn't even get an egg sandwich.
Oh, John, don't.
Now they've got pizza, afternoon tea.
Oh, there have been many changes made.
Well, no. The thing is, I'm not moaning, but it was like last year. It was like kind of Just after COVID, hotel, new management, everything like that. It was the tester, really, wasn't it? I mean, it was brilliant. Everyone that was there had a brilliant time, but there were a few teething problems. And at the time, Yvonne was writing them all down, had big meetings with the management and everything. So this time, it'll all be sorted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there. I didn't mind really starving for the whole day. It was all right. I was coped.
But we made it up to you. You did have a lovely evening meal because you had a meal with me and with Rose and myself.
Yeah.
And a tractor looked after you so well.
Totally.
She is
And the reason I know that Margaret's Irish tweed is so good is I bought a tractor, a project from it. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, she's such a lady.
A tractor, yeah. She's going. My nephew has just got a job as a pilot with EasyJet, and he's going to be based in Belfast.
Oh, wow.
So I'm told the tractor will be coming over to visit, and then she's going to help him find a flat to live in and things like that.
Yes, because she would live close enough to the airport that would be viable for him.
Say this again.
She lives close enough to the airport that would be, she would know the area.
Exactly.
For
it's not
him.
that big though, is it, Belfast, really?
No, but you don't want to be an hour's drive away, do you?
No. Mind you, my nephew loves driving. He loves getting in his car and just... Anyway, Julie Vaughan made the bunny swags in blue for a neighbour who'd had a baby. She loved it. Well, there you go. Julie Vaughan's made them. You have to get them. Right,
I have one more straight line to do.
Okay,
Sorry,
lovely.
folks, because I did have to do a repeat there.
Yeah, that's all right.
But if everybody has bought, then, I don't mind.
You haven't checked out yet?
Oh.
You need to check out. It's not yours till you check out. We've got way more baskets than we've got left, so they will sell out, but you need to... what they do is they wait for you to finish the demo, and then they'll come and check out after that.
Okay, because I do continue with the demo anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's...
Oh, yeah, because we have to see how it's done. If I've bought it, I know how it's made.
Right.
And if you've just joined us, it's not a mistake, but when you come to the cutting out, there are 2 blue florals, and Yvonne's called them both blue floral. This ditzy blue floral, you can see it, you'll see it if you look at the pictures and read the instructions. This here is for your squares. The bigger blue floral, one with the stems and the lupins, that's for what Yvonne's doing now. It's for the border around the edge. Can you hear music? You've got your Walkman on.
They've been noisy upstairs. Have we got noisy neighbours again?
Yes, the management though, they're allowed to be. Up there, you mean? That's all management up there.
Oh, okay. Upstairs, downstairs, eh?
Yeah, very much so. You be Mrs. Bridges and I'll be Ruby.
Okay. She does make nice preserves, doesn't
yes,
she, Mrs.
Does.
Bridges?
You'd be, I tell you, you'd be, Ben, you'd be, I think he was called, the actor was called Christopher Timothy, no, not Christopher Timothy.
No, he was
Christopher Beanie or something like that. He played the young, juvenile lead carriage man or something like that.
Or
That's what he'd be.
The chauffeur.
Yeah.
Right.
He was called, I'm sure it was called Christopher Beanie or something like that.
I don't.
He was the young blonde one anyway. The fresh-faced one.
Okay, so what we have now is a block.
Yeah. Oh, now look, Yvonne, not you, Yvonne, Alice has already booked the high tea and the Mark Francis class, had a fabulous time last year. There you go.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Yeah. Yvonne.
Yeah.
Yvonne, I won't be there.
No, but maybe next year, John.
Maybe.
Because you can hitch a lift with your...
My nephew.
Your nephew.
Yeah.
You can come cheap.
Oh, yeah, I'll come cheap, yeah. Right, what are we doing? Now we have to concentrate now. So we've put the border on in the bigger flowers. Then you've cut triangles out.
And then we've cut the triangles. And all you're going to do is attach 4 triangles around the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah? So if I just go on here. So here's the square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, it's just coming into you now. Hang on. That. Right, there's the square.
So there's the square, and I have just put 1 cream square on there.
Triangle.
One's white, creamy leaf
triangle.
Triangle onto each of the 4 sides of the square.
Yeah.
That is all I'm going to do.
Okay, now are we sewing? Because obviously the border is a straight of grain. Is the triangle bit that we're stitching straight of grain or bias?
It's on the bias.
Right.
And the other thing, you must be careful, this fabric is so well printed it is hard to tell which is the right side,
So
which
before
is
you
the
cut
wrong
it-
side. Just whenever you're laying them out like this, double check that you have them all going the same way.
yeah.
If it's the wrong way, it doesn't matter as
Yeah.
long as they're all going the
Same way.
same way, because that's the way it's going to go. This is, as John is saying, a biased edge, but this isn't. None of this is. So you are attaching one bias onto a straight, which is not too bad. Again, best press would be your friend at this point. What I always tend to do is just mark the halfway point on this biased edge. I'm going to do exactly the same there, just on that little bit. And then that and that I'm going to line up. And you should, all being well, have little bits hanging over on the edge on both ends. Okay. And yeah, we've just about got that little 1/4 of an inch ear hanging over there. I'm putting some pins through where the seam allowance is, because I want the seam allowance to be flat. Oh, the thing that I've been thinking about for telling people, it's a reasonable size quilt. So you have options of sending it off and having someone long arm quilt it for you. If that's not what you want to do, you could divide it into 3 pieces.
Right.
And quilt as you go.
Oh, okay.
Because there is a dividing line across here.
Right.
And the same on the bottom. So you could have one piece here, a larger centerpiece, and the same size at the bottom. Then you would create the border separately and attach it on. It's something to consider as you work your way through how you want to put it together to quilt it.
Yeah.
It was just, as I say, I was thinking about it, and these things are all possible whenever you start thinking about it early enough.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so let me...
Yvonne says, maybe you'll surprise us, John. Yvonne, I can't. I'll be lying on a beach in Sicily. So it'll be a long way to come. I say that, it's not booked yet, but hopefully I'll be on a beach in Sicily.
Well,
I'm not booking it, see, my brother books it all.
yes, he organises it each year, doesn't he?
But it's a big family holiday, so it'd be nice.
Oh, it must be a lovely thing to do,
Oh, it
John,
is.
once a year.
Yeah,
to
it's really, really
just
nice.
Get some downtime together. Okay, so opposite sides of the square first. You know, don't go round.
Yeah, go opposites, yeah.
And I'm going to hurry up a little bit, so I'm not going to put any pins in. If I can get 3 of these on, you'll get to see the...
Yeah, we've only got a couple of minutes left.
I know.
Message. How many months does the Pemberley quilt go on for, please, from Jackie in Hampshire? It's 8. It's 7 of blocks, and then the 8th one is the border and the binding. And block 4, month 4, is a mammoth month.
Yeah. Okay, and then we are popping that one on there.
Mm-hmm.
Got to put a couple of pins in. Just got to put a couple of pins in.
Oh. Put it through the whole thing, please.
It does help, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. That's one of those bent pins that you always find in your pin cushion. Right, that will have to do. And if you find you have any sort of excess fabric, put it down to the feed dogs. The piece where...
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Because the feed dogs will take the fabric through a little more evenly than you can do on the top. So if you find you are a little bit...
Yes, have the saggy bit on the bottom.
Correct.
Remember, you need to check out. There's more people got this in their basket than we've got stock of. Block 1, this is. Now, so next month when you come in, will you have some block of the month ones? Or is that it, when they've all gone?
I am not 100% sure. It depends what the numbers are.
Okay.
You know, if you're over by 5, then I can probably do another 5. I don't think I can do another. Can't do another 20.
Oh, okay then.
You know.
So basically, don't be thinking, I'll come and get it all at week 8, month 8. You need to get it as we're going along to guarantee to get all of it.
There's quite a lot of fabric.
Yeah, and also, it's not like when we did your row of the month, one could be missed out. You can't miss one out of this.
No. I can't get that on. Oh, well, maybe I can.
No, just that's fine.
I'm just going to set that there.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
that then, you'll need to just trim the ears off.
Yeah.
But you are then making another 2 just like this.
Brilliant.
And you are...
Now, would you join them together now, or would you put them in a quilt, what's it called, a block?
A block carrier or something flat.
Somewhere flat.
Choice is yours.
Yeah.
Choice is yours.
Until you come to make the whole thing.
I think I would be tempted to sew them together, then it's done. I have carried out all the instructions that are in the paper here, because we have given you a little section here that's what the central section should look like. If you have the space to lay it out flat, then do so. If you don't, then maybe keep them as separate single blocks.
Okay, Yvonne's back in an hour when we've got the Amelia and we've got the Jane quilt coming up. They'll be hanging up when we come back after the break. In the meantime, I need to urge you to check out if you want it. We can't guarantee getting more next month of block 1. So, you know what I mean? So please be careful. $34.99 will get you everything you need for the fabric. Well, to make block 1, which is 3 blocks, you make 3 of those basically. So all the fabric and the instructions are all in there to make those 3 blocks which go through the centre. Very quickly, I've got, I bet there's a little chicken bag sold out. Chicky bag. One of those left. There's just one chicky bag left. We are the chicky bags. Oh no, chick bag. Right. Then I've got bunny swag in blue. Now, Julie Vaughan's made this one for a friend. So you can make the rabbits and the flowers. Ooh, $11.99. That one's blue and red. We've also got the yellow one. Where's the ribbon? The ribbon's under there. There it is. The yellow one. Again, you get with the felt, the fabric, and the ribbon, and the instructions. $11.99. And last but not least, we've got the Peeps and Hoppity centre, table centre, or tray cover, or something like that. Everything you need for the front, you can do the front and the binding with that. You need to do your own backing. Well, you just put a bit of calico on the back, wouldn't you? And some wadding in there, a little scrap of wadding. And you need a bit of Bondweb as well. $19.99. Right, don't go anywhere. We're doing another frock, a wrap dress with a swag with Helen Rhiannon straight after this 4-minute break. this Saturday, guess who's in? Only Lisa Lamb with 2 brand new bags and Victoria Carrington with a quilt and a cushion. I can't wait.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Streat, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreat.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Streat family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Sewing Streat have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Streat, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Streat? You can shop on our website, sewingstreat.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Streat app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Streat products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Streat in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Streat in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Streat gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreat.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Here at Sewing Streat, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Got so much fabric to show you in this hour, and the lovely overlocker, and the gorgeous So Different dress. Helen's back. Did you have a nice break?
I did, thank you.
Good, good, good. You've been organising your next show then? Is that
I have, yeah, and the book launch.
Oh, book launch. Oh, what date's it on?
June. Oh gosh, 16th or 17th of June. One of those.
Oh. Now
So
will I be
excited.
in or won't I be in?
Oh, you have to be. Change your schedule. Be in.
It'll be the 16th, because that's a Friday. Oh, hang on, it depends which day it is.
Friday.
So it's the 16th,
Friday.
right? Because I'm definitely in 17, 18, 19, but then I fly off to Spain for a week.
Oh,
so
you just have to delay your holiday, John.
No. I'll see if I'm on the 16th as well. Anyway, So Different dress. It's the Darjeeling Frock, sizes 8 to 26. And I'll just flip it over because look, you've got that gorgeous sweep of, frill. The Darjeeling Frock is a wrap dress with a twist of glamour. Its elegant frills, oh there you go, and gathers are reminiscent of 70s sophistication. The crossover bodice ties at the side and it's asymmetrical. The mid-length skirt has a wide and dramatic tapered frill. There are generous pockets and the option of a full drop shoulder sleeves or cap sleeves. So you can choose. Now, if you don't like putting... Oh, there they are. 5 minutes late, Roy. Mm-hmm. 5 minutes late. Roy's just arrived with that bag.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. Right. Drop shoulder or cap sleeves. Now, if you do the cap sleeves, you don't have to do any setting in of a sleeve because it's already, I just hurt myself then. It's already in the pattern. So there you go, £18.50. £18.50. Right, I'll run through the fabrics very quickly. So, this is the one that the sample is made out of. This is one that the sample's made out of here. Beautiful. Now, it says suggested fabrics, viscose crepes, Georgette, Tencel and Cupro. You need, whatever size this bundle is, I suppose. 4.5 metres. I should have just looked here then. Yeah, 4.5 metres, all sizes. All sizes need 4.5 metres. Blimey, that's good. 4.5 metres, £24.99. That's 9 units, right? 9 threes. Hang on. What's 9 into £24.99?
2 and a bit.
Yeah, so 9 threes are 27. So it's £2 something. Oh, £2.77 for half a metre. That's not right. It's viscose poplin. Take advantage. It's brilliant price. Brilliant price. Right, the one you're going to see it being made in is this vibrant... Now, I'm ever so sorry that it's so crunkled. This vibrant, beautiful pink here. Yeah, Dan, you're meant to press them. He's been wearing it all morning. He's been wrapped it round like a big sari all day. £19.99, that one. £19.99. £19.99. Beautiful. That can't be right. 9 into £20. Anyway, moving on. Right.
Ooh.
Oh, she's gone from. Sorry, Dad. She's fallen off her stand. I'll carry on doing fabrics. Right, we've got this one here now. You're all right there.
Yes.
Did it hit you?
No.
She can stay on the floor then.
There
She's
we go.
fallen
We'll pick
off
her
her
up
box.
when we
Yeah,
leave.
there you go. There you go. Beautiful. £24.99. That's your viscose poplin again, black floral. Beautiful. Gorgeous, 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 that one. Then we've got the bright ochre, or ochre as they say in the gallery. No, Hannah does it as well. Yeah. £19.99 for your 4.5 metres of ochre. Beautiful. Then we've got, now these are beautiful. I don't know how you're going to choose between these. Gorgeous, yellow, multicoloured, joyous, joyous, joyous. Christine Vicky's back on Sunday. She's in on Sunday. Back on shift on Sunday. Summertime, that's saying, isn't it? Viscose poplin. That's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. Then I've got a navy blue one with pink flowers. Charlie thinks that was like wedding-y. He's been, I think that, so already this morning he's mentioned marriage, babies, and now wedding-y. £24.99. £24.99. And then I've got two more. I've got this mauvey one. Beautiful. Oh, there's something wrong with the image. Mauve floral. There was an image issue earlier, but it's now been fixed by Charlie on the website. And then last but not least, this beautiful green one. This is Ben's favourite. Don't let that put you off. £24.99. Oh, they've just called it green. I thought it would have a fancy name, but it's not. It's just green. Right, now what would really help you making this frock, we're not going to use it today, but the overlocker, my favourite air threader overlocker. Now, £1,059. It's exclusive Sewing Street in the UK. It's dropped the split pale drop down a second. There you go. There it is now. Hang on. Yeah, it's still on 5-way split pay. It's not meant to be. I was waiting to say because it was supposed to. Hayley was supposed to take it off. She's on holiday, so Ian was supposed to take it off. So you still got it on 5-way split pay. It's easier to thread than your sewing machine, and that's a guarantee. That's a guarantee. £1,059 is that, or 5 split pay of £211.80. Now, while you're sitting at your computer, something, do Google Yahoo or Bing the price of it's an air threader overlocker. I'm not doing Dukey against Elna or anything, but we sell 2 Dukey ones. The most affordable one is £1,295, and the next one of those is £1,459 or something like that. This is £1,059. And we also know that Elna have said the prices at some point soon will have to go up. So please be careful. We've only just got this back in, right? And we've sold so many of the stock that we've had in since it first arrived. Since it only arrived back last week. You can thread it up so quickly. 5 minutes threading that one. Right, shall we get on with some sewing then?
Okay.
Now, don't we want to do it? Didn't we want to win prep this morning? It seems so long ago now.
I know.
What do we say about, right, okay. And I'm not being a negative, it's not being me being negative. If this is your first time sewing, maybe don't go for the pink or the ochre because it is quite... Yeah.
You're going to see everything.
Yes, and also cutting it out. That's what we talk about, cutting out.
Yeah.
It does move a lot when you're cutting it out. So what I don't want you to do is think, oh, I can make that dress, that's lovely. First time maker, and then you pick up a fabric that's not going to help you. By all means, if you're like Julie Vaughan, you can sew and you're fantastic with fabrics. There'll be no issue whatsoever. But I know that when I first started, I was making my mum a blouse, and I picked the wrong fabric, and it put me off. For ages, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing that again. I'm never doing that again. Never doing that again. So it's important when you're starting, you get the night rate fabric.
Yeah.
Wonderful, John. Please, can you hold up the yellow floral and waft it as if it's clothing, the way you do, please, from Alexandra.
I like
the
the
summer
yellow.
one, of course I can. Here it is. There we go. Right, and I've not got a mannequin to put it on. I'll have to put it on me. There you go, look, then it's draped. We'll have long sleeves with a bit of draping. Oh, I'm going to wear my big fat belly. Hang on, I can't grab it. There it is, there it is. There you go. Beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Close up, Charlie. I'll just direct from the floor, shall I? It's beautiful, look. $24.99. There you go, Alexandra. Is that good enough? Is that lovely enough for you? There you go. Half the stock's just gone. Half the stock of that one's just gone. Right. While I fold this up, I'll let you carry on.
Okay. Brill. So, yes, it is definitely a slightly harder project if you are totally new to dressmaking, mainly because you've got such floaty fabrics, but also most of your pieces to cut out are normal sizes. You've got your back bodice, your front bodice, and if I hold this out so you can see here, this shows you your fabric layout, whether you've got a wider fabric or a narrower fabric.
Okay.
So your lay plan for how to actually lay it out. And what you'll see is everything's quite normal, and then you've got this really massive piece here, okay, which is this humongous piece that I won't even be able to open out properly for you to see.
Yeah,
okay, so this is your frill. Now bear in mind, this is the bigger size. I cut out, I think, well, it is still big. Whichever size you are, there's only actually going to be a little bit less on the end, but that is your piece. So you've got to bear that in mind. If you haven't got a table big enough, if you've got a hard floor, cut it out on the floor, especially with these fabrics, because you need them to just stay still and pin, just massively pin is the biggest thing. So what I thought I'd show you is, because this is the tricky one, as I said, only at the moment, I can't access my full pattern cutting table. Otherwise, I would have just cut with a rotary cutter. But instead, what I've done, I've pinned it really, really well, but I've also pinned the 2 layers. Right. So you're not pinning it twice and cutting it twice, because it's a really big bit. Yeah. And I think the longest thing with this is cutting out.
Right.
So just to show you the rotary cutter, if you haven't used one before, I swear by them.
It's funny because I'd never, before I started working at Seamstress Quarter, I'd never come across, and I'd never even thought about it for dressmaking, because everything is shears for me.
Because you can just layer everything up and then it won't move. Yeah. So I'll show you the difference with cutting with scissors as well, because it is really important. So I'd still just massively pin, because this fabric will just move, and both layers will just move. So when you're cutting, it's important you pin everything and close to the edges. And then when you're cutting, even, I'll kind of cut lots of small cuts. You're not doing big cuts. Yes. But you're trying to just get as near to the paper, which is fine on this bit, and then it gets a little bit more fiddly around here, especially these inside curves. But if you've got a rotary cutter,
which we've got this one on the show now,
they take a bit of time to get used to. Yeah. It's so much easier. Yeah. And then you just...
Obviously you need a cutting mat. Don't do it on your hardwood floor.
When we first had the rotary cutters, I was in university, like long time ago, and the rotary cutters came out, and someone had, they were using them, but they were doing them onto the wooden tables.
Oh no.
I mean, they must have gone through so many cutters.
Have you got the graphics for that rotary cutter? Where is he? Where is he?
The best
What's
thing
that
is
doing in there as well? Sorry, there's a graphic in there that shouldn't be in there. He's bent by the door there. Can you just give him a shout?
So at least then just cut bit by bit, make sure there's no pins underneath as well. And it's much easier than cutting with scissors, but even then it will still move a little bit. So you do just have to be kind to yourself when cutting, because it is a difficult fabric to cut first of all. So if you've only got one mat, just, as I said, pin really well.
Charlie, can you drop that? Are you able to do that? Okay.
There we go. Up, it's done.
Can you drop that graphic out? And also we're doing the rotary cutter.
And then just do the last bit. So it's so much easier than cutting that with scissors. Now then you'll have on this massive piece, really important that you cut the notches, and when you mark the notches on it, so on the inside curve, if I turn it this way around, we've got one notch there, and this is hugely important because this bit gets gathered, and the whole thing gets gathered. So without any marking points for it, it makes it really difficult to gather it equally. So I think there's only the one actually.
Yeah.
There we go. So that bit, I'm going to leave to one side. If we have time to put that on after, we will, but I thought I'll show the back, which shows gathering on a smaller scale, so you can understand how it works. Exactly. But that is, you cut them out, your blade, it's a must, especially with these fabrics.
Lovely rotary cut of that as well. I've got that one at home, it's fantastic. Oh, and it's, you can make it left-handed or right-handed, you can swap it around.
Okay, so within this seam allowance is 1.5, and again, this is what I love about the independent patterns these days. They show you the body measurements, but they also show you the finished garment measurements. So you decide how you want it to fit you. So if you want it to fit really snug, then check your finished garment measurements and see, because this type of wrap dress, you don't really want it to be too baggy, you want it to fit nice and snug. What else is in there? I think it's got everything that you need in the start. It's 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Again, you've got a little bit of stay stitching, but again, I would, as I said in the last show as well, the fabric will move so easily. You just have to look at it and it will move. So stay stitching, do it if you are sensible, you know you're not going to stretch the fabric. You've got a little bit of interfacing. Now, I took ages to find where it said to interface the facings, and I thought it must use interfacing. But it says it right at, where is it? Right at the start. It says it. I can't remember where it is now. It took me so long to find it before.
Which is why when you get a new pattern like this, read through the whole pattern, highlight bits of it and things like that, so you'll remember there are some bits there that you need to go back to.
So it does say in step 1 in the text, so it doesn't say on the pattern, because I always look for the pattern where it says interface. Then it didn't, and I thought it must be interface. So the first bit, it says use the interfacing to stabilise the front and back facings. Brilliant. Really important, because that is for your front, which will stretch very, very easily, and the back. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off doing the back. So I'm going to skip over a little bit. And I've done the darts, because again, I did a demo of the darts earlier. So if you need to see that, look for the last hour. And so you've got, your back piece is cut on the fold. It does crease this one, so you need to make friends with your iron. And iron really well, but will look so good. I'm so
it will do.
Beautiful this one. So first thing you're going to do is you are going to join, if I bring this down in shot, you're going to join your back bodice to your back skirt. So it's a little bit different, whereas normally you'd sew your bodice together, then you'd sew your skirt together and sew them all together. But this one, you actually sew your back all together, your front all together, and then
so you're putting the skirt on at this point? So
we put the skirt onto the bodice and we complete the back, then we complete the front, and then it's the side seams.
Wow.
So again, it's a little bit different. That under there. And then you've got your skirt. There are no darts in the skirt, so it's a nice straightforward piece. And again, every time when you've got anything on the fold, it's always useful just to do your centre mark. And again, just saying, because of this fabric will move, the more points you can have to match it up, the better. So you've got your right side and your right side. It was quite hard to tell if there was a right or wrong side with a plain one. So my rule is, if it's that difficult to see, don't worry about it, or at least just stick with the one side. Whichever one you decide to be the right side, stick with that.
I just put a chalk cross on the back of it.
On like your wrong side. So we fold that over, so the right sides are together. You can match that centre notch that hopefully you've done when you've cut it on the fold. Then you go straight over to your side seams. And then over here. Now you have to do a lot of gathering on this. So if you're not a fan of gathering,
don't do it.
You just need a bit of patience, but it looks amazing when it's done. And I think the busy fabrics, when it's on, you can see it comes to life. But it's quite hard to see like how fabulous all the frills are when it's quite flat. But it looks amazing.
If you made wedding dresses in the 80s, like I did, then you'll be used to doing lots of gathering. More is more.
Absolutely. Right, so we'll just make sure your darts as well are ironed to the inside. So everything with your darts always goes towards the centre back of your garment. So we're going to stitch that on a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Let's put this on. And And again, your overlocker. I think it's really key with this garment to have your overlocker.
Yeah, or if you've got a walking foot, put a walking foot on as well, because that also helps with slippy fabrics like that. And another trick is when you're laying the fabric out and it's kind of bubbling, if you just tap it like that, it gets rid of all the air and it kind of lets it just lie a little bit flatter on your table.
I think the key to these fabrics is just pin everything.
Yeah.
Don't take your pin out until you're right up to your pin. If you are brave and sew over pins, just be mindful that it could, obviously, hit your pin.
Yeah, yeah. Julie Vaughan says, I concur, this is a fabulous overlocker, so easy to use. It is, it's a brilliant overlocker.
Okay. Okay, so that's nice and straightforward to start with. So then you would overlock that section. So as you go, press and overlock. That now is the back there, okay?
Lovely.
So then we're going to jump down to the hem. So we're just going to fold this up so we've just got the back hem of the skirt piece.
Right.
And then we're going to pull out.
Are you going to put the gathering on that now?
Yeah, now it's the thing where you do have that strange seam then because you have.
Yes, yeah.
So if in the book, show you there, you've actually got the gathering going on the back. So you do have to be really careful when you join your side seams.
Yeah.
Because you need your edges to be level, you need your seams to match and your ends to match. So it's all about your cutting, your pinning and your prep. Otherwise, you're going to have a little bit of a scare.
That's different
Goes
designers for
against
different
the grain,
courses,
doesn't
but
it?
I
Again, you
wouldn't do
think
that. No, exactly.
I think it's been a day of that. You know, we did the dress earlier with a different way with a collar as well.
Now you see, the thing is, the collar, I'd never seen it before, and I thought it was brilliant, and it's a brilliant way of putting it on. I think this is almost it won't, because obviously people have bought it and made it, and nobody's complained about it. But it's just odd to think that you do the back gathering, which adds more for you to match up later on. So
whereas you could attach the bodice to the skirt, leave off the gathering, and on the front you can attach the bodice to the skirt again, and then just attach your side seams of your gathering and do it all in one swoop.
Which is what I would do, yeah. Anyway, you can still do that if you want to.
Whichever way you find easier. So I've put, again, a central notch there, because especially with gathering, that is key. So do that little bit. So you should have... Oh, did I not do one there? So if you have... I know, shocking. If you haven't, fold it over and just add in your notch at the bottom there. And it's a good one to start if you're doing gathering. Start with the back because you have only got a small amount. Previously, this bit now is much longer than your back piece. So we'll move these out the way. Now, to do your gathering, you need to do 2 rows of long stitch lengths, like train tracks. So they just need to be alongside each other, never crossing, and you ideally want them to be within the seam allowance. So if you've got a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, then just try and just keep those within that. You can always take it out after if you're stressing about it.
What I used to do when I did a big gather like that on a wedding dress is I'd do one that side of the seam allowance and one that side of the seam allowance.
That's what I've said in the book,
Oh, okay. So then when I stitched it, you knew that you stitched between the 2 lines. It does mean that you've got a line of gathering to get rid of, but it also means you get the stitch line in exactly the right place.
That's right, so there's 2 options for this. I'm going to wing it today and I'm going to do it all in one go.
Okay.
But usually if you've got a long piece to gather, personally I would do it in sections, because the last thing you want to do is have your stitch in, one of them snap, you've got to undo the whole thing to start again. But for today, we're going to go in a wing and a prayer, and I'm going to do the whole length.
But the weight of these fabrics, it's less likely to snap, isn't it? Because it's a very lightweight fabric.
If you've got heavier fabric, then it is going to struggle. And then
if you tried to gather up your denim, the chambray from earlier, I'd definitely do it in sections, because that wouldn't do it all in one go.
So I'm going to do 2 long rows. I've got a slightly lighter colour so you can see how I do them. You also want your threads nice and long, so I'm going to make sure my bobbin thread is actually sticking out of the machine. So you don't back stitch at the start. But hopefully, if you're, you take doing this project, you might have had experience of gathering.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you don't use your button to cut your thread, because you want to have long tails at both the start and the finish.
No, I don't have that button on my machine, so I guarantee I'll press that at the end. Now.
Oh, yeah,
So I'm like, So the first row I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the edge of the foot on the edge of the fabric, and it's on long, and we just go all the way along. And I would say as well, new needle for this as well. Start with a nice new needle.
Yeah.
So there's no risk of snagging. Okay, so once you've done that, because it's so fine, it is already creeping in a little bit. So then do your second row just alongside it. Start and stop, ideally in the same place, so it's level. And then we'll just go again.
What I also used to do sometimes, if I had lots of gathering like this, is I'd set my machine to a big zigzag stitch, and then I'd zigzag over like buttonhole thread, or I can't remember what the other thread's called, that really, really thick thread. And so you only have to do it once, and then you use your buttonhole thread as the piece that you pull, and it's in between the zigzag. And then there's no chance that it snaps.
Yeah.
Or when you used to do gathering an awful lot in the old days, I got so used to working out how much you needed to gather, I'd literally just I'd have my flat fabric, and I'd just get a screwdriver or a quick and pick and just feed it through. Yeah. Because you get so used to how much twice is, 3 times is, and then you just kind of gather it up, and you can do it evenly like that.
Seen an amazing gathering foot, really cool gathering foot, which just, they're incredible. But then you've got to know you've got the right length.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got your long length. What I would do is I would match up that centre point first.
Yes.
It's quite handy, so I'm going to flip this over, and we'll just put a pin through the centre bit there. Then, and when you put a pin through, make sure it's not going through your stitching as well. Then I would pin the end bits in place. And then then by having that centre bit pinned, you'll gather in 2 sides. Yes. Because otherwise it's really easy to gather the whole thing and then to distribute it a bit unevenly.
Oh yeah, you're guaranteed if you don't do it in 2 halves, you'll get to the end and you'll either have none left, or you'll have way too much, so you have loads of gathers.
And the front, you really want to make sure you do that as well, so you keep your sections, make sure that notch is marked there. So you've got quite a nice full bit here now. So what we need to do is get your 2 top threads, or your 2 bottom ones, whichever ones, and then gather. Now, what I tend to do is gather it along. So you will have to do a big bunch and then just feed it along. Yeah. But the main thing, the kind of tip I give for this, is just gather what you need. Don't worry about distributing it out yet.
Yeah.
Just gather.
Just make it the right length.
And then you can tie your threads then into the length.
Yes.
I think I'm doing it all cack-handed upside down. So let's see how. So we'll slide some of that over just so you can see a little bit better. And then if you think you need to gather a little bit more, so that just needs slightly more there.
So you get your gathered bit to the exact length of your flat bit at the bottom. Doesn't matter that they're not evenly spaced. It doesn't matter if they're all down at one end. You just get it so you know that it's the right size. So what I do then is I put a pin in the end and I wrap it round like like you do with the blind. You do the figure of 8 with your thread. So that it's fixed, and then I start evening.
And then you can still gather it a bit. Because I've put in the book too, you can tie a knot.
Oh yes,
which is so then it's not going to move. It's not going to move. And then if it's not quite right, you can just do a little bit more. It's fine. But wrapping around a pin means there's a little bit more room for you to still take it tight if you need. But if you do that, then at least that's not going anywhere, and then you can just evenly spread all of this out, and then it's not going to keep unraveling. So that is how you gather on here. So what I might do is, rather than spend the time doing this bit and doing it on the other side, like I'll pin this in so you can see what it looks like. So I'm going to pick this up, but we won't do the whole thing, otherwise we'll spend most of the show just gathering. Just gathering. See, now I put it this way round, it's a little bit easier to do. So you can just even all that out. And it's surprising, sometimes with gathering, you think it's going to be loads of bunched up gathering, and it's not. It's just trying to evenly spread it out. So we'll just...
Make sure you keep watching this hour. I've got a little surprise at the end of the hour.
Oh.
Something Ben's managed to get back into stock, which we shouldn't have done.
Right, so what we'll do, we'll just roughly pin that for now. But it is something you need to spend time doing your gathering. So all you would do is then just pin all these sections in place. So we'll just do that. And then I'll go into the front then and show how to do the pockets, the facings and things like that. So we'll just pin that roughly so you can see.
Also, we've made this dress once before. What date has it been made before, Ben? because I can't remember which bits we did on that show. So it might be worth having a look at that show as well. You might get different, not different tips, but it was when?
It's always good.
June? Yeah, I was going to say 6th of November. I was going to say it's just recently we did it. 6th of November. Well, not recently, it's 4 months.
Okay.
Oh.
So spend a bit more time doing that than I've done. You really do need to sit, gather, even it all out.
Yeah.
That's definitely a bit more rush than I would have done. But then the effect you'll have then is you'll have that lovely gather on the bottom when you stitched it. It's the same on the other side, gather it all in, and then that's your back piece done. So you can put that to one side.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll...
Message on the bottom. Good morning, John. Brilliant demo, Helen. Please can you tell me if the poplin navy is see-through? Thank you from Sue. Right.
I like the navy one.
This one. I've only got one navy, haven't I? Here you go. Well, I'll hold it up. You know, where else would you get this? I'm going to hold it up so you can see. Can you see me through it? Where am I? Can you see me? I'm here. So no. So it's not see-through. It's diaphanous, but it's definitely not see-through. No, I thought we had another word of the day earlier, didn't we? What was I saying? Soporific was the word of the day earlier.
Ooh.
Right.
Okay, so now we go into the front.
Yep.
So the front, I've done the darts.
Lovely.
Just press them well. Again, press them all to the centre back.
Yep.
There's lots of notches on this, which are all really, really important. Again, you've got the sleeve where you haven't got a set in the sleeve, so I quite like it without
Oh,
the
yes,
sleeve.
we didn't point that out because the thing fell over.
Quite nice.
This is it with its full sleeve on. So it's got a drop shoulder. Now, it is a very low drop shoulder, but it's got a low drop shoulder and then a gathered sleeve with, a cuff. It's not elasticated at the end there. That's the full length sleeve, which is in the pattern. But then if you just want the cap sleeve, it's over here. That's part of the bodice. You don't have to put in a sleeve or anything like that. That's part of the bodice, which is where you want it to have that long shoulder, really. So if you're going to go with the cap sleeve, that's absolutely brilliant like that. If you're going to go with the drop sleeve, do make up, or before you sew the sleeve in, just make sure it's not too low on your arm, because if you have it too low on your arm, you're not going to be able to lift your arm up.
Well, I tried it on, and I think it's obviously is low in the pictures.
Yeah.
But for me, it was here, and it just seemed a little bit too much
low.
volume because it's all nicely fitted there. So yeah, just pop it up, just chop off a little bit of your sleeve. But it was lovely with both.
Yeah.
Really nice.
I think it looks, for a summer dress, it's going to be gorgeous with the cap sleeve. Yeah.
So your skirt now, so your skirt front, you again don't have any darts on it, and this is nice and simple to cut. So you've got two again mirrored, so we can take that one off, and then we have pockets.
Right.
So if we do, it depends. We can, well, we do need to do the pockets. They need to be put into the skirt.
Yeah.
So because that forms the side part of it. So we'll open. Hang on, this way round. So you've got your pocket edge here. So you've got one curve which hasn't got any notches on. And again, if you're not sure, have your pattern handy because it isn't particularly straight here. You've got a straightish-ish, but it's still on a curve, so it's sometimes quite hard to see when you take it off the pattern which one's which. But you've got your notches in the side where your pockets go. So just keep a tab on that. So then we'll do one side of this. Yeah. That's what we'll do. So then we've got, this is your side seam. I'll have this here to show you as well. So this is one of the first steps you do. So you've done your darts. Now we're going to do, with your right sides together, you align your straight edge with your pocket facing. So you've got two pattern pieces. You've got one which is your pocket back, one which is pocket facing.
Oh, so they're like jean pocket. It's not just a bag pocket like we had earlier. This one's
totally
actually got
different pocket.
Yeah.
So you do need to make sure you know which one's which.
Yeah.
But again, you'll see that you've got your matching notch there, which is going to sit with that diagonal.
Right, okay.
So we'll take these off, make sure I've chopped that bit. And yeah, so it's funny, pockets can be made in so many different ways.
Yes, exactly.
This is more like your traditional one, so we'll get rid of those. So then we place that edge on there. Again, match up your notch. So what I tend to do, I tend to use my nails a lot with this kind of fabric because just to slide it along. So we're going to go in there.
And also, like I was saying, if there's a bit too much air in it, if you just tap it, it gets
so
rid
like
of
that top bit, that's too long there.
Yes,
well, I'm not going to just pin it there. because that's such a big bugbear. You just match it up with the edge where it should be. And
Green bundle sold out.
And then, as you say, it will fit back in.
Yeah.
So you can see even just from doing that,
Yeah.
it's fitted in. So don't extend it and lop bits off.
When I first started, I was so dreadful. If two things didn't fit together, I'd just chop it off.
Yeah.
And then afterwards would wonder why my skirt was lopsided or my shoulder was lopsided.
Now, the other thing I find useful is when you've got this little bit, it doesn't actually tell you where to stop. Because your fabric's so thin, it's quite hard to see. It would be really easy to come down and keep sewing down. But if you're not sure, if I just pull this again so you can see the pattern and this. If you're ever in doubt, place your patterns back together, place your notch, and you can see that you actually stop in there where that little point bit is there. So again, it's quite hard to see on the fabric. So I'd place that back on and I would just put a pin to show where you're going to stop.
Yeah.
So I'd put it more like that.
Brilliant.
So use your patterns to reference everything. And then we just sew down let me just check, a 1.5 again, because it sometimes changes seam allowance, not on this pattern though, but that is just your normal 1.5, so we'll do that quick.
Yeah.
Take it off your gathering stitch.
Oh yes.
Just what I nearly did. And then we'll just stitch that one down there. And just let the machine take your fabric through, because it is, it's got a kind of life of its own, which means it's beautiful when it's made up. But just whatever you do, just don't pull it like that through the machine.
Either backwards or forwards.
Yeah, just let the machine do all the hard work. And then when you get to the end of that bit, because you are stopping in the middle.
Yes.
Okay. So when you've done that bit, so you have aligned the straight edge with the pocket facing on the edge of the skirt front. Then you press your pocket out flat with the seam allowance towards the inside. So we're going to open this and just press that bit first.
Oh, mine's not too
hot. See, I worry putting it on there.
Yeah.
So then we'll just give that an iron and press that nice and open. Like that.
Okay.
Okay. And then what you're going to do is, let me just remind myself on here. So then you press your pocket out flat with the seam allowance towards the inside of the pocket. So then your seam allowance, once you've opened it out flat, is going to be pressed this way.
Right.
And you're going to do understitch.
Oh, okay.
So I find I wasn't quite kind of sure how, the picture doesn't show it as well.
Right.
There is an understitch bit in the back. Where was that? Oh, it does then. Oh, on the back. So there's an understitch to show you how to do it. But on here, again, sometimes you're thinking, well, it's slightly different. I've stitched that, but it doesn't show you the picture for understitching.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is put your seam allowance towards your pocket.
Yeah.
So it's all folded that way. So hopefully you can see that. And then we stitch through these 3 layers here, but not your front.
Yeah.
So we'll do that now.
Okay.
And that is right
And
alongside
this is to stop
the edge.
your pocket lining from rolling out, isn't it?
Yeah, it just tucks it all into the
Yeah.
inside. It's my favourite stitch. Absolutely love it. It's really hard to explain how to do it in like pictures and writing, but it's amazing. When you do it, it's a kind of ta-da effect. But again, be careful it's not stretching.
Yeah.
So you can't see pulling your fabric apart and making sure that your seam allowance is still pointing towards the pocket. So that's what you are looking to achieve. So when you've done that stitch down there, that will just tuck in without even really, you don't even see it.
No.
And then that marries up then with this side seam here.
Lovely.
And so if I put it on this side, you can just see how it just rolls it in. You don't even have to worry. I mean, you just light press over that without having to fiddle doing it.
Brilliant.
Okay, so then you've got your pocket back. Take that off. Again, you've got a main notch there, which is matching up to your side seam. So we'll take that bit off. And then that, if I place it. So this pocket bag then, it's so soft, it's just seeing which way everything goes. So then you match up the outside pieces. So we can open your pocket out fully like this, match around your pocket edge, and then you're just going to stitch all the way around. Ignore the side seam, you just stitch in the curve.
Yeah.
So we'll come around here, and then, there we go. So we'll just whiz around that bit, and then you can overlock that then as well.
Yeah.
That's super simple.
Get the threader overlocker.
Oh, I'll talk about that next actually, on the edge of the gathering.
Okay.
I'll talk about the roll hem. Let me do that next. I'll stitch this. Pocket starts coming together. So you've gone around the outside, so you can zigzag around there or overlock, and then it all gets tucked back on itself then. So you just want to try and get it as flat as possible. Get all these seams matching up on the top. Can you see that? Should I put it down a little bit?
Yeah, no, you're right, there you go.
So then you're just trying to get the pocket bag sitting flat underneath.
Yeah.
And these top 3 layers all in line. And then you can just do a little stitch across the top just to keep all of that in place. So put your pins in there. And then the same on your side seam then, so your notches should all match up on the side.
Yeah.
And then that is your pocket in.
So just put your hand in where the pocket...
I'm just going to get those edges there. So your pocket...
is there, so you've got the back, the back bit is bigger, so there's the pocket that you did, and then the bit of fabric you've just put on is the actual bit that goes next to your skin.
So that is then your pocket bag.
Brilliant.
Which is attached to that. So it's a really nice way.
And gets caught into the waist seam.
Yeah. If you didn't want to do a pocket, all you'd have to do is just line up your pattern pieces and extend your front.
But who doesn't want a pocket?
Everyone wants a pocket.
Exactly.
Although I made this dress and then
with no pockets?
I put the zip in the side.
Oh.
And then I forgot. I was like,
pockets on the front.
I know. Right, so that is the top part, because you need to create the top part of the skirt before you can actually do anything else. Now, I'm not going to do all the gathering of this.
No,
because it's just crazy. But what I will do is I'll have to attach the top to show you how this bit actually fits on, because you can't fit the front on until you've got that gathering bit on. But if we talk about the roll hem.
Yes.
So I don't know, should we shimmy her forward?
Yeah, just take away you need to, and we'll get Dan to do a close-up for you.
So I'm a big fan of roll hemming because I've worked in satins, silks a lot, and to finish the edge and chiffons, the last thing you want to do is be sewing machine
job.
Exactly. So this is called a roll hem. So if you can see that from there.
Yeah, lovely.
So you can see the black stitching on there. So the difference with a roll hem is I use my overlocker and I change a plate on the overlocker.
Okay, so before you start, if you can do a rolled hem on your sewing machine, because a lot of sewing machines have got rolled hem feet. But what happens is, I'll just explain, you do it on chiffons, it turns them over like that and stitches along, but sometimes the frayed edge of the fabric still sticks out, so then you've got to go round with a really, really tiny pair of scissors, and you've got the amount of times I've been going around, then you snip through the fabric and kind of get a hole in the dress. This way, doing it on the overlock, you don't need to do that. It's all in the instructions in the thing. So carry on.
I think that's probably easier than mine, because I think you just set it to roll
You just set it, you don't change your plate.
Take maybe the fourth, you've got 2 needles, you've got 4 threads. Take out your outer needle. And then use it with the 3 threads.
Yes.
But I only use 3 threads in my overlocker anyway. We had this discussion last time.
I always use 4 in mine, always, but anyway.
But when you've got your roll hem, the beauty of it with overlap, it makes it narrower and it makes your stitch much, much closer together.
Yeah.
So then when you actually put it through, you go against the grain and you can stretch it out.
Yeah.
And the beauty is then it makes sure you cut something off. And if you don't cut it off, then your stitch is going to come off the edge of the fabric.
Yeah, of course, yes.
So make sure you cut something and then just actually enjoy pulling it through when you go. And the more you can pull it when it's on the bias, then it does a really lovely float. So it's a really nice thing to do. I didn't get time to thread it up to do a sample
but it's
on
also
it.
a really nice hem as well, because sometimes if you try and hem a hem that's on a curve like that, you get your twisting and your roping.
Shall I do a little
that.
demo of how to do the pin hem?
We've only got 5 minutes, so
if you're going to do it yourself at home, otherwise you'd need to press up say like, well, a centimetre, because it's hard to press up one of this.
Yeah.
Press up a centimetre, stitch it in place near to the edge, and then get your scissors, trim down to your stitching so it's about 1/2 centimetre, and then you press up again so all your raw edges are inside, and you do another stitch. So it is fiddly, it takes
but it's
time,
worth it. It's worth
but
it.
it looks
If you've got the
beautiful when it's
overlocker,
done.
you'll do it in seconds. You'll just go round the hem the once, sort of thing.
So I'm just going to maybe just pretend that a little bit, because, oh no, you still need to see that a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll just put that end bit on there. Because one bit you just need to know when you are putting this all together is, I'm going to improvise with this now. I'm just going to just unpin this top little section. Because what you're going to have is you need to put the frill on. Okay, so if you imagine your frill is attached there. So I'm just going to put a pin through there, just to show you how the front sits.
So this will have been gathered, and it will be a frill like it is on the hem of the back of the dress, but we're just doing it flat.
That creates then your outside. So you do have to be mindful of whatever you cut off there, because it does actually form. Where is it on here? So if I untie this.
Yes, of course.
So where your I don't know if you can see that okay.
Yeah, Dan's just coming in on that close. There you go, it's really close now.
So the actual edge of your put that up over there. The edge of your frill actually meets where you stitch the edge of that. So that, and you could just, that would just do with a little stitch just to keep it all in place.
Excuse me, yeah, you carry on.
So you do just need to have that on. Don't chop too much off, or just try and fix it all on. So I'm just going to get the front bit to show you this last little bit. You can see, if I put that in front here. So this little diagram here, once you've put the frill on, what I would, so you still do need to finish the frill, because you need the frill to be attached in there. Because I was going to say otherwise do the frill at the end, because you can't put the side seams together and then finish the frill off, because it all needs to be done in sections. So.
Oh, I don't know what's got in my throat.
I think I
from the
passed on
fabric,
my frog in the throat, haven't I? So that is your, you can just about see that on top of the screen. So you can see that is how it's all going together. So you have got...
So basically you've got to put your frill on, and the frill has to be hemmed before you sew it to the top, because the frill goes right the way to the edge of the wrap over of the bodice.
Yeah, so when you actually put this on, so that matches there, but you will have, and that's all on that, you will have to stitch up here to actually meet the edge of that. So then you get that exact straight line. Because when you're first putting it on, it doesn't actually show you on here. You'll have just that little bit sticking over. So there we are, that's a good little illustration to show you. Can you see on that little bit there? So that looks longer, but that is fine being longer over the edge there. Yeah, because you've got to have the seam allowance on it, Yeah, so as long as you have that little bit, and then just try and line that up when you do stitch them in the end then, your 1.5 should line up nicely. And then the next bit then is your facings. You've got a little tie to tie it through. The sleeve is nice and simple as well. It's a nice way of doing it. Again, you've got your gathering. No, and then it's just your, say, your shoulder points and your facings. So make sure with your facings that they're all fused, and then just desperately try not to stretch this. And your interfacing's quite thin, so there's still a little bit of stretch in your facing. So just sew without pulling it.
Brilliant. When are you in next?
End of April.
End of April. Brilliant.
Carries a pattern.
It's April next week, isn't it?
I know.
Right. Very quickly, the pattern here. So different. Darjeeling Frock sizes 8 to 20. Oh, excuse me, 8 to 26. £18.50. I'm going to romp through these fabrics very quickly. The green one is sold out, so let's do the bright pink one first that you just saw being used. There you go. 4.5 metres. Oh, sold out. Right, got the ochre or ochre. Sold out. The black one that the dress is made of behind Helen. Oh, is it navy blue? It might not be black. It's navy blue, that one. Oh, sold out. Right, then the black one with the pink, big pink flowers on it. Sold out. Oh, blimey. Then we've got the navy blue one that I draped earlier. See how dark it was. Sold out. We've got the mauve one. Oh, this is the one with the strange picture, right? You don't get 9.5 metres, you get 4.5 metres in the bundle. The picture looks like you get 9.5 metres. And then the yellow one, sold out. the overlocker. That's sold out. Not sold out, but I've got, oh, hang on. Stuck to the table. There it is. £1,059, 5-way split pay. Right, now I told you I had a bit of a surprise at the end of the show. Just wait for the split pay to drop down. 5-way split pay. I know it's not been taken off yet, so take advantage, because the 5-way split pay is really for, you know, the £3,000, £4,000, £5,000. But anyway, gorgeous. Now, there are some coronation panels, right? And they sold out. It was not my show, it was the day before. And they sold out. Ben's managed to get a few, not many, but Ben's managed to get a few of them. I haven't got them here, but we can show you them all on the website there. So please go and have them. They're all coronated. They all sold out on the day that Hannah launched them. Was it Hannah or you? And then the one at the bottom there, now just stop on that one. Make that one bigger. That one has never, ever, ever been available on its own. It was only in the kit yesterday with Delphine's cow. They're very limited already. We will get more printed, hopefully, but I can't guarantee. Also, you need to get 5 weeks is the coronation. Right, and very, very quickly, Ian's managed to get some more of these in. These are all sellouts at the weekend. These are gorgeous. I'm not going to go through I've got time. I've got to do a couple of them. These are all beautiful. Liberty Lawn. Sorry, I could do it there, couldn't I? They are all Liberty Lawn. They're laser cut. You get 30 pieces in the butterfly ones. And it's 10 different fabrics, but you get 3 different sizes. You get 30 of those in there. Hang on, I'll show you. There you go. So you've got that one. They come in pink, rainbow, and... No, that's the rainbow. That's the pink, and that's the blue. Rainbow first. Check out... I'm not going to open them all now because we'll have those butterflies all over the place. £19.99. They come in rainbow. They come in pink. There you go, and dramatic blue. Then we also had love hearts in the pink, first of all. There you go, we've got love hearts in blue. Now you get 70 in here. 70, you get 10 of each of those sizes, 10 different fabrics, £19.99. And then you've got the rainbow. Graphics in, there you go. Then we also had hexes. Hexes in, right, this is the pink one for hexes. I know it looks blue, but look, it's the pink bundle. You get 80 in there, you get 80 hexes in there. Good detailed images on the web. Or if you watch the show on, was it Saturday that she was in, Anna Sanders? We actually open them all and you can have a look at what's in all of them. Red. Rainbow, sorry, rainbow. Sorry, rainbow. And your blue. And then we had flowers in your pink. £19.99. Flowers in rainbow. £90 in there, and then in the blue, flowers in the blue. What you get here is you get the big spiky flower, the circular flower, the tulip big and small. You get leaves in here. They're gorgeous. You can do so much with them. £19.99. I know they flew out at the weekend. Managed to get some more in for you. Right, not supposed to be on today's show, but hey, whatever. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you for
Safe
having me.
journey home.
Thank
We'll see
you.
you in April. And don't go anywhere because Yvonne McAtamney's here. We're going to be doing Amelia and Jane. See you in 4.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Streat demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
This Saturday, guess who's in? Only Lisa Lamb with 2 brand new bags and Victoria Carrington with a quilt and a cushion. I can't wait.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Streat? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Yvonne's back now. Hello, Yvonne.
Hello,
nice
John.
break.
I did. I had a bit of sandwich and a bit of a chat. So
Oh,
yeah.
very nice.
All went
Very nice.
well. Yeah.
So now we're about to do the wheel quilt. Amelia or Jane? Amelia is the one behind Yvonne there.
Yeah.
Which is the red. Oh, hang on. We're just going in on that now. There you go. The red and the green one. That one's Amelia's wheel. And then Jane, which is this one. Hugely popular. Jane has been flying out. Let's put the graphics for Jane in first then. Oh, Jane's about to go limited. $59.99. So it's enough to do the front and the binding. I'll show you that one. There you go, the front and the binding. Oh, look at all those lovely fabrics. What I'll do is I won't open this one. I'll open the... No, I will. There we go. Just extra for Dan to pack up before he goes home. Beautiful fabrics in here. Lovely. They're all good quality. That's what you know about all of Yvonne's bundles. They're all really, really, really good quality fabric. Lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. Now, is that the same as that?
Yes.
One must be for the binding, is it? No?
In the Jane quilt here,
Yeah.
the placement, you have a fabric that is in the quilt that is also used for the border.
Right.
Here, the border and the this placement is different.
Different, okay.
So she blends through much more.
Right, okay. So what I do is I keep the big piece for
Yes.
there
Yes.
and the small piece for these in here.
That's
So don't
right.
go chopping your squares and your triangles out of this
Okay,
bit.
no, that's your
Plus you
board.
obviously get all the full instructions there. Ooh, blimey. You see now, the thing is, you look at the quilt, you think, oh, I could never make that. But then when you actually look at the breakdown, if you look at row 1, I'm not giving anything away, but it's a square, square, half square triangle, half square triangle, half square triangle, square, square. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just, when I first went to work at Sewing Quarter, I was like, who's going to cut bits of fabric and put squares of fabric together? Not realising you put squares and half square triangles together, and you create the most incredible patterns, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
$59.99. The depth of the texture, Ben sees something new every time he looks at it. So you get all of that fabric and the instructions. All you need to do is wadding and a backing fabric. That's all you need to put into there for $59.99. That's your Jane. That's the blue one. Then you've got your Amelia, which is your red and green one. Well, there's blue in here as well. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just love the border fabric here. That
Yes.
was what got me sort of started on sort of 1930s.
Yes,
a
yeah,
little
definitely.
Bit, and you have a little bit of blue in here. You've got the coral, the pink, and the gold.
And then the little, because obviously on this one you had that one and that one teaming up. That one you've got a lovely like little ditzy print of the
Yes.
same version. Look in here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you've got your bright green floral. You've got there's the one that's your border fabric there. Lovely, isn't it?
I think it's
Gorgeous.
very pretty.
And then you've got your cream background, and then you've got your blue border.
And
But it's not
binding.
just a straightforward blue. It's got like a little honeycomby pattern
Yeah.
in it, or sashiko pattern in it.
Yeah, and it's the frame and the binding on this
Oh,
one.
nice. Frame and the binding.
On Jane, she has a different frame
to border, yeah.
to border. She just you make one, and then the second one you just refine a little bit as you go along.
Oh, hang on. Hi, love these quilts. My daughter is named Amelia Jane. We'll have to buy both from Joanne. Yes, Joanne, you will. She'll love both of them. Also, once you've made it, you've then also got the pattern. So if you think, oh, I want a yellow one or I want a pink one,
Yeah.
you've got the pattern then, haven't you? Because it comes in the kit. $59.99. That's for your Amelia. That's the red, green and blue one. Beautiful. Right, let's start. Right, half the stock of Jane has gone. Just so you know, half the stock of Jane has gone now. But we're doing Amelia, aren't we, today? So.
We are. This is a very effective design, but really, as you were saying, it's very straightforward because it is just half square triangles.
And they're not little. Like on the last one, they were little, and I'd be worried if I was beginning with all those little pieces, whereas these are nice, sturdy pieces to work with, aren't they?
The thing that I found most difficult about this was actually getting the half square triangles put down the right way, because the diagonals change across the design.
Mm-hmm.
So you do need to make all your half square triangles. I'll talk about that in a moment, show you how I've done that. But then you've got to lay it out, and you've got to lay it out row by row, which is why you need to refer to your colour picture. John, if I can just borrow that, because I have a black and white one. So you have your colour picture on here, yeah? So you know where you're in this particular one, you know where those red pieces are going. But the actual how you construct it is this chart, where, as John's saying, you have square, square, half square triangle, half square triangle, half square triangle, half square triangle.
But as you say, they are going in a different direction, aren't they? The diagonals go in different directions.
The diagonals go in different directions, and of course each half square triangle has 2 different bits of fabric in it, so
Of
you've
co-
got
oh,
to
of
make
course,
sure
yes.
that it is going in the right order.
Yeah.
So that, because I did have an incident.
Oh, did you?
I had an incident, but it was.
Are you not going to tell us any more?
Well, I had made the quilt. I put the whole quilt together, and I asked one of my staff to please baste it for me. That got done, and I brought it back home and I started to quilt it. And I quilted it, and I thought, why have I got that white triangle here?
Oh no.
Or actually, I think it was here.
Yeah.
And I thought, And I popped it on the sofa for a minute where you can look
Step
at
back.
it. And I thought, do you think anybody will notice? Was my first thought.
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, of course
Yeah,
they're
they will.
going to notice. So I had to start unpicking. And was able, fortunately, and you know, I was saying earlier about bias seam stretching a little bit, I was able to get everything out and back in.
But funny that you'd made it not notice. The lady who ever
she
base it
hadn't
didn't notice.
But whenever I was quilting, because I was quilting around an edge here,
Oh.
and then I've done some inside quilting. I've quilted stars kind of thing on it. Yeah, you can sort of see star points there. And it was whenever I was doing that, and I thought, but that piece shouldn't be there. So it happens to everyone. So all I would say is construct row by row and lay them out on a table. Mine was on my living room floor. Because this is a design that you can see more clearly whenever you look at it from the distance. If you have a design wall, use the design wall. But we have very carefully on this layout diagram, we have put B is for background, 1 is for colour 1, 2 colour 2, 3 for colour 3. Each of the B's is for background, okay? And the laying of these out, each time you lay them out, you should be basically creating like lozenge shapes. So you have that shape appearing each time.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I need to warn you, there's only 14 Janes left, but 22 in baskets.
So, okay, so let's start by, you have to sew lots of half square triangles.
Okay.
The fabric quantities are the same for colour 1 and colour 2. So you decide which is your colour 1 and which is your colour 2.
What do you mean by colour 1 and colour 2? Is that the green and the green and the floral on that one, and the blue dot and the blue geometric on that one?
And I would suggest that you want to the lighter of the two is the one that you would like to call colour 1.
Right.
But you don't have to.
Right. Okay.
But you have to be consistent.
Right.
It's just the quantity of fabric is the same for.
Okay, I've just noticed it's like tumbling blocks, but in a triangle. I didn't see that until we just looked then. So it's your top, your side, and your front of your tumbling block.
Yes. So you have your dark, medium, and light.
Yeah. How brilliant!
Oh, it's a carpenter's wheel. That is the traditional block that it's come from. There's nothing ever new in the quilting world, really. But I think I've put some interesting fabrics, some interesting colour combinations together. And it's very achievable.
No, it is. There's only 10 Janes left now. 10 Janes left. Jane's going to sell out. Jane is going to sell out.
So you have cut your squares and you are, I tell you how many of each of the combination of colours that you need. So refer to that list. As I say, there are lots of, read through the instructions before you begin. Oh, the other thing perhaps we should be saying, it's 52 inches square.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure we told anybody.
No, I didn't mention that. 52 inches square. Thank
Just
you.
as I was. So you need to cut squares, and some of those squares you are cutting to half square triangles. So the cut of the original square, you're going to cut it at 7/8. So
Right.
it's 5 7/8.
Yeah.
And it does need to be that size.
Right.
Yeah. So I give you a list on the first page of you need background and colour 1. You need to make 8 squares, and so on and so on as you come down. There are different ways to make half square triangles. I find that this one works pretty well for larger squares. So all I'm doing is laying, this is colour fabric 1, colour fabric 2. The lighter of the two I'm drawing along the diagonal. Now on your ruler you do have a 45-degree angle, so if you put that along one of your straight edges, you will be absolutely certain that your square is square and your diagonal is down the diagonal.
Now, do we need to worry about which way the diagonal goes at this stage?
No.
Okay. So they could all be the same. You could cut them all the same, as long as you've got the two different fabrics you've told us we're to put together.
Yes, because in some instances you need a background piece and a colour 1, background colour 2, and sometimes you need you need colour 1
and colour 2,
and sometimes you need a colour 2 and a colour 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I've used a Frixian pen. Any marking pen is going to be fine for this, because this is the line that you're drawing here is your cutting line, not your sewing line. So one line down through here. Do it on the lighter ones, it's easier to see. Again, you're using a 1/4 inch seam, and I would have my stitch length on this Elna machine. I put it to 2.6 on this one. My one at home would be a 2.5. Just the calibration's just always a little bit different on each of the machines. You're going to run the edge of your foot along this coloured line, and that from the needle to the edge of the foot along this coloured line is going to give you a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to twirl it round, and I'm going to stitch, so I've stitched along one side of that line. I am now going to sew along the other side of that line. And all this really does is keeps your bias, well, you haven't got a bias edge at this point. So it makes the sewing a little easier, especially whenever the squares are as big as these are.
Yeah.
So I have a central line. I did pop a couple of pins on either side to just hold the edges of the square together. Don't put them too close, and then you don't have to move them out as you're sewing. I have 1/4 inch seam either side, and just to check that I have, yes, I'm happy with that. And I have my diagonal to cut along. I have, if I just shimmy that up, you will see that this 45-degree angle line will go across there. If you've got the tool, you might as well use it to its full capacity.
Oh, absolutely.
And this is where I realise how short I am, because
Do you want me to lift you up?
I
don't go on my shoulders.
Well, whenever you're cutting, really you want to be cutting at waist height. Not at
Is
your.
that not your waist then?
I'm afraid not. So whenever I'm at home, I would cut. I have some tables that are the right height, but before I had that, I used to cut on my kitchen work surfaces because they're the right height.
Right.
Where your dining room table is too low.
Yes.
It's not good for your back.
No.
And obviously, this big bench is too tall for me.
Well, it's all right for everyone else. Just you and Sally Ann Harrison.
But I have a sharp rotary cutter,
Yes,
so
exactly.
all
And
is well.
determination.
Absolutely. So there we go. We now have 2 squares that are made up of 2 triangles, and I have a colour combination of a colour 1 and a colour 2, and the same again. Yeah. So we do now have this as a bias seam, so we're going to press across it. Not along it, and I wouldn't make this too rigid a pressing regime at this point.
Right.
Because from row to row, you do want to be nesting seams.
Oh, okay. So you might be
sometimes
moving
you
them,
need to you need to move these, and it's as simple as that. These are your half square triangles made, yeah?
Okay.
So now you make all that you are required to. You have 4 squares of the colour 3. If we just look at the quilt behind
where's Dan?
me. Yeah.
Hang on, where is he?
Oh, we've lost
We've lost Dan. He's so tiny, you wouldn't know where he's gone. He could be hiding behind that trolley. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Run.
Oh, that's running, is it?
Well, it's hopeful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, in the design, there are 4 squares that are not half square triangles, yeah? So these red ones are just squares.
Right, okay. Are they the only 4? Oh, no, you've got
the
cream
only
squares.
coloured
Yeah.
fabrics that go in as a square.
Yeah.
So you have some creams on the 4 corners. So you've got 3 there, 3 here, the same on each of the corners, and then you have these 4. Everything else is a half square triangle.
Fine.
So once you have your half square triangles made, you can lay everything out. So row 1, I wasn't quite sure how to show this, but I was going to do a quarter, and then I thought, no, because you put this together in rows.
Rows, yeah.
So I think we're going to...
We still do a quarter, do like 3 rows.
Well, I think we're doing 3 rows is what we're doing.
It's a third almost. Isn't it?
Yeah. And I've just spotted the deliberate mistake.
Oh!
Well, I see that row 8 has suddenly become row 4 in the instructions.
Oh, yes.
But again, this does not impact on any cutting instructions or anything. So just, it's row 1 through to 8.
Yeah.
This is 8 by 8. There are 64 squares in this. So I have stitched together the first row. Then row 2, whenever you look at your diagram, you can see you are doing a background square. Colour 1 is the pale one. Then you have colour 2, your green. Then your diagonal is that way. Your diagonal is that way. Then you come to colour 2 with colour 3. And your diagonal goes the opposite way. Then you're back to going this way. And then that way, and you're square on the end.
There's only 6 Janes left. 6 Janes left, and how many in baskets? 28 in baskets.
I can't do any more.
Oh, she can't do any more. That's it. When those Janes have gone, that's it.
These are exclusive to you.
Oh, are they? Now she tells me.
Well, I'd forgotten.
So no one else can buy these. No one else has got these to sell. And we've only got how many Janes left, did you say? 6 left and 20 odd in baskets. No more. This is Jane. Beautiful.
So there's going to be a little bit of straight sewing here, but It's a matter of making sure that what you pick it up the right way round.
Yes. Yeah, because it's all very well laying it out on the table the right way, but if you get distracted and go and put it over to your machine, just sew down the wrong edge.
And of course, whenever you have it laid out, it looks a little bit different to whenever you sew it. Sew it and bits start coming together. So and you see here, this is a diagonal that is going to meet up to a diagonal here. So ideally, you would like those diagonals going in opposite directions to reduce the
the seam allowances.
The seam allowances going in opposite directions, which is why you want to do a sort of gentle press initially. Yeah, I'm giving myself an easy time this hour.
You are.
Aren't I? After...
Well, are you going to be finished it before the end of the hour? I'm just thinking what I'm going to put in the hour.
I'm sure we'll think of something to chat about, John, don't you?
We'll think of something.
You can be giving me ideas as to what I'm going to do with the second sari that I brought home.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my plan with it was to actually cut it up and make it into a dress. You know, one of those kind of floaty dresses that has lots of panels in it, so I could make best use of the pattern.
What colour is it? What colour is it?
Well, it's purples through to golds and oranges.
Oh, lovely.
It's
I don't think I've ever seen you in a dress.
Oh, yes, you have.
Have I?
I put a posh frock on for whenever you were in Belfast last year.
Oh, we were so busy.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. It was my feet that were killing me by the end of the day. But a real adventure. Have you been?
Do you do much dressmaking then?
I take fits and starts. That's a good Irish.
Yeah.
I tend to make dresses for my little granddaughter.
Of course, yeah.
But the last big stitching was bridesmaids' dresses for my daughter.
Oh, okay.
This daughter, you start out thinking things are going to be easy. Because these were bridesmaids' dresses and they were going to be short ones.
Yeah.
Can do that. How many of them? 5.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping for 3.
Okay.
5.
Yeah, it could have been worse though.
Yeah, and then she said, "Oh, Mum, I saw this picture on the internet somewhere where there are cut out heart shapes in the back of the dresses.
Oh.
Do you think you could do that, Mum?"
Yeah, but then you've got to take into account bra straps and what the girls' backs are like, whether they've got a tattoo.
And stiffening.
Yeah.
And lining to actually get something that looked like a heart.
Yeah.
Not some
squodge, yeah.
Yeah, and how did I fasten it? How could they get in? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But there were 5 dresses with heart cutouts.
And were they short still at the end?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So at least you didn't change. I thought you were going to say change it to full length as well.
But the bodices were all lined. They didn't have to line the. But yes. I can when I have to. Is the answer to this. Now it would appear I don't maybe have enough to do the 3rd row. But what I wanted, I will join this to this in a moment, but what I wanted to show you was how you create this square.
Yeah.
This square.
Big square, yeah.
Yeah. Because it goes like that. Yeah. And so your row 3 will have a square on here, your red square, but you have to make sure that you have these going the right way, and then the next row down here is again creating these lozenge shapes.
Yeah. What have you done with your red square then?
Well, it's not in the pack. So,
oh dear.
So
you're not cutting mine up.
And I'm not cutting yours up.
No.
So this row where you put the squares in can kind of knock you off.
Yeah.
So please lay them out row by row, stitch them into rows, and I put row 1 up in the top corner, row 2, and I think I kind of did like 3 or 4 rows before I started joining rows together.
You see, now, what you were saying earlier about it looking different, sorry, put that back on the screen there. Looking at it there looks completely different than looking at it just across from this side of the table. It's weird, isn't it?
It is. It looks much better from the distance.
Yeah, definitely,
if you see what I mean. But if you can get above it or across from it, that would be excellent. I say mine was on my living room floor for quite a while. So I'm just going to go back and say that I didn't actually do a lot of pressing across the second row. The first row, I did give it a bit of a press, and we will see how many of these I need to actually...
Don't worry if you need to finish early, because somebody's asked about the overlocker, so I can do a little demo on the overlocker and things like that. So if you need to, don't be panicking, thinking, oh, I've still got half an hour to fill up, because I've got my Liberty things to show, I've got my panels to show. So I'm all right. I know. Well, after you've done this, I am interested about just talking me through how you do the borders and how you do all that sort of thing. We can do that after you've done your pressing thing here.
Well, yeah, all I want to do here is to explain that we do want to nest each of these sets of seams going across here, yeah?
Yeah.
So the second row here, I haven't pressed firmly.
Yeah.
So it's easier. Once you've really pressed hard, it can be really difficult to get the seams to cooperate and go the way you want them to. So better to do them sort of every 2 rows. And I'm going... This is the bit that I do sitting in front of the television.
Oh, is it? What are you watching at the moment then?
I went right back to the beginning of Luther.
Oh, no, isn't it funny? I got a message from a lady this morning that said she's done exactly the same.
To be able to watch the movie.
Oh, okay.
And I found the movie a bit, different. The movie was a bit...
Don't give any spoilers in case anybody hasn't watched it.
No, I wouldn't, but it was really a bit out there.
Oh, okay.
Very sort of techie, I suppose. I'll say no more than that.
Yeah. Is that Idris Elba?
Yes.
That who leads through,
yeah, but you know, he's in prison as a result of the end of the series.
Oh, no spoilers.
Well, but if you've watched all the series,
yeah, I suppose so.
Which most people have, the movie then comes as a, interesting. But that's what I've been watching. Oh, and my sister put me onto this. It's Sky History, and it is war games. It's what actually happened during the Second World War. Right. In the Admiralty, as they figured out how to combat the wolf packs, the U-boat wolf packs, to protect the Atlantic convoys.
Oh my word! And
the wrens were used for the first time in a thinking role as opposed to secretarial or drivers, in this war game scenario, which they figured out mathematically and how to actually put drills in place to combat.
Fascinating.
It's absolutely fascinating, and there's 6 parts of that.
My dad flew Spitfires.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And of course, in the thinking of aeroplanes, there was a part of the Atlantic where there wasn't enough fuel, so there was a part of the Atlantic where the convoys had no cover from the air.
Oh wow!
Because there wasn't enough fuel. The tanks couldn't take enough fuel. So very interesting. Yeah. Okay. You have to be a bit interested in history and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I'm watching Married at First Sight Australia, but there you go.
Well, I don't know what to say, John.
Yeah,
I'm going to stick with the war games, I think.
Exactly. Well, when I'm on Married at First Sight, then you'll watch it.
I shall be gobsmacked, John. I would hope you would have more sense.
Oh, I don't know. It's only 8 weeks. I'm sure you must get paid for it. Anyway, $59.99. Which one have we got in at the moment? Amelia, which is the red and green one. How are we doing with Jane? Has she sold out yet? This is Jane. 1 Jane left, and we can't. It's exclusive to us. We can't get any more. That's it. When it goes, it goes. 1 Jane left. Oh no.
I think my favourite's the Amelia, to be honest.
Oh, is it?
I like that lovely border print.
Yes. Yeah. They tell 2 different stories, though, don't they? Because we've got them hanging next to each other. 2 very different stories.
Yes, you know, everyone has their own taste.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Some of those history programs can be amazing, says Carol. Exactly. Oh, Jan says there's a great series called War Games. There you go. The same. That's yours.
Yeah, it's Sky History.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sky History.
Carol's just back from the optician. She needs new glasses. Oh, they say that all the time.
Oh, that's expensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm.
Ben trod on his glasses and broke them yesterday.
Oh heavens! I couldn't get here without my glasses.
There's a whole story going on in the gallery at the moment about Ben being in the bath and breaking his glasses and the water leaking through the roof. It was a nightmare, he says.
Oh, my children always laugh at me because I wear my... This is more information than you need to know, I feel.
Here we go.
I always wear my glasses in the bath.
Do you?
Yeah, otherwise I feel so disorientated.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the same as Ben, then, is it?
Oh, I've got very bad eyesight.
Oh no, he spent a whole month using conditioner rather than shampoo. Can you not tell by the feel of it?
Oh, well.
Why was his hair? Sorry, you can see me in the back now taking that down.
So Jane is gone.
Yeah, Jane's gone. Oh, still one. There's one knock. Let's pop back out. There's 1 Jane left. There's 1 Jane left. And how many in baskets? And how many left? How many? 34 in baskets. It's gone now. I've taken it down now.
And I'm just about across this row. So remember to take the pins out before you take it to the iron. That's the bit I need to get back.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's it.
Oh, thank you.
And we'll go down back to, as we were saying about the light, medium and dark, this black and white picture.
Oh, yeah. It would look nice in monochrome, wouldn't it? It would look nice in black, white and greys.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And when this gives me the opportunity to just say that whenever you see a design in a colourway that you don't like, if you can get a photocopy of it for to put it into grayscale, then this gives you all the guidance you really need to choose your own colour.
It's really funny because in that one I can see boxes of chocolates. You know, like the
Are
blacks.
you just getting hungry?
I am hungry, yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
But again, it's like, they're all the same quilt, but you can see different things on all of them, can't you?
Yeah, I should do this in a couple of months' time and see if anybody recognises it. If
Exactly,
I do it in a different colourway and see if anybody recognises it as being a wheel quilt. So,
who were Jane and Amelia?
Well, I was obviously having a Jane Austen moment, wasn't I?
Of course, yes.
With the Pemberley garden and everything that was going on. So that was where those came from.
Right.
So this is what the quilt. These are the first 2 rows.
Yeah.
So you can more clearly see these. I call these lozenge shapes.
Yes.
And this is the shape that you are constantly trying to make. And if you put your pieces down and they're not going that way, you know, if it's going like that, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah, because you're not making
lozenge.
A lozenge.
No, you're making a flying goose.
Yeah.
So just talk me through. So I make the whole of the carpenter's star.
Yep.
And then I literally...
So you have your 64 squares all together in your centre. You then pop your frame around, which is an inch and a half. Because it's square, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So put opposite sides on, and then the 2 remaining sides. The border you have to join.
Right.
This is the first piece you don't have to join.
Yeah.
But when you come to the longer side.
I can see one. There's one there.
Yeah. It's not too obvious.
No. It's only because I'm searching for it.
And whenever I join pieces to make a border like this, I always put the joins in opposite corners.
Oh, okay.
It balances it.
Yeah.
Because this is really quite a wide border, you can see that. And it's a double binding as always. And this particular one, I put a nice sort of
mustard on the back, very nice.
Mustard on the back.
That's the mustard from there, exactly.
Yeah, it's picking up the colours from there.
Fabulous. Right, let me just recap then. I've only got Amelia now to offer you. So here we go. You get the bundle, you get the instructions. You get the picture of the finished thing. You get all the fabric you need for the front and the binding. So there's your red, there's your colour 1 and colour 2, there's your border, there's your cream background, there's your blue sashing in there. Everything you need, $59.99. Make sure you check out. Right, when are you next then?
The 19th, I believe.
19th of April?
I believe so.
Okay, it's only 3 weeks away.
Well, Easter, I think, is...
Easter's the 7th, 8th, 9th.
Yeah. Well, for some reason, I think it's the 19th.
Okay, and is that doing...
Well, month 2.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure about the second hour yet. But
well, you could do Amelia in a different colour, nobody will know.
I have a really quite nice rainbow chevron-y
sounds nice.
quilt.
Lovely.
That I'm in the processes of, I'm about to start quilting it.
Yeah.
It's pieced.
Oh, beautiful.
But there's not an instruction written yet, so it could be interesting.
Oh, just get typing when you get home this afternoon.
Well, I think I deserve a rest, John.
You've had a rest. You had a holiday to India in January.
But that was January.
I haven't been on holiday since last September. Yeah, September.
Wow. But that was my first holiday in 3.5 years, John.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah, my life's one big holiday, they say.
Right, so
give us a hug. Take care of yourself.
Have
a safe journey home.
Oh, I will.
And don't make too much noise, because I've got to carry on talking
for
15
I
minutes.
wondered if you wanted me to ask you questions about...
Oh, you can ask me questions if you like.
Because I don't own an overlocker.
Okay, right, you need to buy this one.
So try and sell me an overlocker.
So this is an air thread overlocker. When I first came across overlockers at Mercury Theatre before the Mercury Theatre, I bought my very first industrial one at the Mercury Theatre in Colchester, and it was terrifying to look at. It was like a great big industrial thing that to thread it up you needed all sorts of wires and everything like that, and every time the thread broke, I'd ring Franklin's and go, oh, the machine's broken down. They went, no, it hasn't, John, you've just broken the thread, haven't you? I said, no, it's broken down. This time they said, no, it hasn't, John, you've just broken the thread. I said, no, it's broken down. So they'd send Steve in his van, and he'd come in and go, John, you've broken the thread. And I was like, yeah, here's some washing powder. Anyway, he was brilliant. He kept fixing it. I had one assistant called Sabina who loved it, and she knew everything, and she could thread it all the time. But me and Jilly, we were rubbish. We couldn't thread it at all. Anyway, then I first saw, then I came to Sewing Quarter, and I saw the first Elners that was the 664 and the 664 Pro. And they're so easy to thread, right? They're so fantastic to thread. And I thought, oh, I might get one of those. Got one of those, lent it to Hannah, never seen it since, right? But then the air threaders came along, and these are just incredible. I don't know how, some people's brains must be fantastic to be able to develop something like this, because, let me just switch it off a minute. It's on that side, hang on. I don't want to be opening it up while it's up. Right, I mean, it won't work when it's open anyway, but this, to thread this up, it's easier than a sewing machine. So the most difficult ones to thread up are your lower loopers and your upper loopers, right? And you always thread an overlocker from this side across. You never go this way. You always thread it this way up. The first two, your upper looper and your lower looper, are the first two threads. You literally take your thread up through your telescopic thing there. Then I'll go back down again here, through the link here, through your tension. And then all you do is, you see the little hole here. You turn this little switch to the hole that you want to thread up. You turn this handle from sewing to and then what you do is you turn your clutch of your machine here, right? Now you'll know when it's done it, because listen, turn, oh hang on, turn. There you go. Look, you cannot move it now, and the reason you can't move this now is because in the machine here, all of the pipes and the tunnels and everything have all aligned. So what you do is you drop your thread into there, right, for about 1.5 inches. You drop your thread into there, and then you literally just lift this up and push that down. It sucks air in from the side here, and then it zhooshes the thread right the way through all the machine, and it comes out here behind the needle. And all you need to do is just grab it and pull it like that. And that's your lower looper done. Then to do your upper looper, you do exactly the same, but you just turn this little switch here from lower looper to upper looper. Do exactly the same thing. You bring your thread up, thread number 2 up through there, down there, put it in there. Now you must put it in for about 1.5 inches into the hole, because if any less than that, it jumps out. When I first did it, it kept jumping out, and it's because I was just dipping it in. You need to put 1.5 inches there. Do the same thing, lift it up, lift it down, whoosh, and that's your upper looper, threaded straight away. Then what you do is you then switch this one back from threading to sewing, which releases the clutch, so you can then move it again. Now these, you're not going to believe this, right? These are your 2 needles. You do your left needle and your right needle. Goes up through the telescopic, down through the tension, and then literally you just bring it along here, down there, through the guide, and then through the needle, right? You're thinking, oh, how am I going to thread that needle? Well, you thread that needle with the needle threader, don't you? And look, the needle threader says left and right, so you can thread both needles. It's an ambidextrous needle threader. So that's it, and then you're ready to go. That's completely and utterly it. You just do up the machine. Now, the other thing is the machine won't work. If you tread on the pedal while the machine is open, it won't work. I will still switch mine off, just because you can never trust, you know what I mean? You never trust things. And then literally you can go. Now I've got a fourth threader on here now. Let's just do that. See, get the pedal onto the floor. Literally, whenever I make anything, I always overlock all the way around all the edges, so you've got no fraying or anything like that happening. Whilst you're saying, you'll have seen this because Rebecca Harrison does it as well. I think it's an old theatrical trait. So you cut all of your shapes out, and then you literally don't really cut anything off. You just go around the edge. Now this is where I'm a bit wasteful, because who's been at this machine? It's not been threaded up properly. Right, I'll have to show you how to do it then. Which one's not working? Right, I'll have to just... Oh, hang on a minute. Let me just do this then. Right, okay. I'll do it like that. So you can... I'm going to do it this way round so you can see what I'm doing, but it'll might be a bit cack-handed for me. Right, so let's take all the threads out then. Got any scissors? Just... Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was Yvonne.
Yes, so that was...
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah.
Right, so... Here we go. Let's get rid of all of these. Open this. Open this. Get the threads up here. Right. Oh, hang on a second. Now, this is going to be the one day it doesn't work, isn't it? Hang on, there's a thread there. You need to get rid of all your old threads first. Lift the foot up. There we go. Right, here you go. There you go. Right, so starting at this side, what we need to do is we need to turn that to the first, to threading, not sewing. Turn that to the hole that we're going into there. You take your thread, you take it up through your, what's that called? A telescopic thing, then through the guide there, down through the tension, and then, oh, I can't see. Take it down through the guide there, and then you literally just take the end of your thread. Have I done this? No, I haven't. Hang on. There you go. There you go. It's in solid. It's in solid. It won't move. You literally pop 1.5 inches of your thread into the hole there. Come on, John. All right. Charlie's got, you got 10 minutes, John. I'll have it done before then if I can get the thread into the hole. Yeah, I can do it. I can do this every morning when we come in. I have to thread up the machine when somebody's messing around with it. No, I'm not doing it backwards then. Right, so you put your thread in there. You literally lift this lever, right, and just pray. There! Threaded.
Yeah.
Threaded. Right, then you turn this to the next one. There it is. There it is. There. You just pull it out to the back of the machine. Then you pull your next one up. Take it through your telescopic, through your guide, down through there, through your guide down there. Right. Oh, come on. And then you do the same thing again. You get the end of your thread. You drop it in about 1.5 inches into the hole like that. There you go. Face that way. Lift the lever. I'll do it this way so you can see. Lift the lever up. Push it down. There. That's your lower looper threaded.
Like
and then
magic.
all you do is you just pull them through to the back of the machine like that. And that's your 2 lower loopers
Like
threaded.
magic.
It's magic, isn't it? And then that took 1.5 minutes there. That was me faffing around backwards as well. Then the next one, you take it through here. You take it through your guide. You take it through your tension. Then literally, you just take it across here like through there. Above that one over there. Down through the guide. Listen to the noise. And then put it through there. Put it onto the thing onto your left hand. No, your right hand. Now, this is where I can, let's just see. No, being backwards here is not helping. So hang on, I need to put it through there. And I need to bring it up to here. Oh, come on. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, I've just pulled it out again. But then it pulls through your needle like that. And then you literally change this to your right needle. Left and right, there you go. And you can just thread your right needle exactly the same. And then you're ready to go. It's that easy. And Julie Vaughan, she wouldn't be without hers. She was, yes. And Karen up in Scotland, she absolutely adores hers. Now, Karen's a Dukey girl. And she got this because I was saying, we sell Dukey and we sell Elna ones, right? Now, I'm not saying anything against the Dukey ones, but the Dukey ones are £1,295 and £1,459. This is £1,059, plus you got 5-way split pay for £211, 80 pence 5 times. I know, and it will then just, you won't believe how much it will change your life. You won't believe how much easier and the finishing off and everything. Jane from Elna has even made a quilt top using one of these by overlocking her squares together and her triangles together and everything. Yeah. You have to get your setting exactly right because you need to get your 1/4 inch setting. You can move the blade away totally. If you don't want to use the blade, you can move the blade away. We've got a slide. I can show you all the stitches it does. I want the one with the different stitches on, please.
But the air threading has just revolutionised.
It's totally revolutionised it. Here you go. These are what the stitches you can do. So I always leave 4 thread on mine, but you can do overlock, stretched, knit, decorative over edging, and gathering. Oh, you can do brilliant gathering. You just change the differential feed, and you can do gathering on this machine. So that dress that we were doing earlier, that Helen Rhiannon was doing earlier, you could just gather it on the overlocker. You can then, with the 3 thread, which is what she uses all the time, she just does regular and wide, rolled hem that she was talking about, narrow hem, picot hem, flat lock and pin tuck. And then, but you must remember you only need 1 needle for that. So you must take your other needle out. Don't leave it in because it will stab through your fabric and everything like that. And then the 2 thread program is flat lock and rolled hem. So you can do all of that. It's not just for finishing edges and things like that. It's a brilliant, brilliant machine. Right. No, we are not getting any more of the Brother embroidery machines that we had, but we are getting a new version in very soon, but we don't know when it's going to come. And it won't have the Disney on or anything like that, but there will be a new Brother embroidery machine coming in, but it's not the one we've had so far. They've all gone. They've all sold out completely and we can't get any more. That one was totally exclusive to us. The one that we'll be getting won't be exclusive to us, but it'll be available other places as well. So that's your answer. Shall we look at tomorrow's menu? Okay, coming up tomorrow, lighting and gadget you love. Claire's not in, it's just me doing the lighting and gadgets you love at 8 o'clock. Don't be putting your coat on, you're not going home yet. Dan's putting his coat on, look. Oh no. 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan's in doing Crazy at 8th flower tote bag with Susie Duncan. 10 o'clock, we've got Chrissy Dayton from the E-Mark, and it's a new Go launch. No idea what it is, but it's a new one, it's a launch. She's just in for an hour. Now, she does have to stand on the block. She has to have the block to stand on.
Okay.
Yeah. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Ripple Quilt Kit with Susie Duncan. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Miss It, Miss Out quilt kits. Oh, you can have fun finding all those quilts upstairs, Dan, aren't you?
It's Paul.
Do what?
It's Paul.
What do you mean, Paul? No, you find him tonight. Oh, he's putting his coat on to leave. Thanks ever so much, Yvonne. We'll see you on April the 19th.
I'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you very much. Make sure you check out your baskets on everything you've got in your basket. Don't forget the Liberty shapes are still there underneath us, and very, very, very limited amount of... Oh, some of the coronation ones have sold out. There will be more. They'll get more printed, I promise. Right, I'm going. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Have a lovely rest of your day.